Cek cek cek. Katik suara.
Tampilan layar ini mas ada nih. Aduh.
Iya Pak, hilang.
Hilang.
Jadi sesuai kuning ya.
Oh iya sudah di mana?
Pakai kontrol kok. Percaya.
Tes. Ini Pak, Hadir. Ini kontrol dulu Pak. Iya. Ya.
Nah. Cek Mbak. Cek. Nah. Coba yang Ibu.
Sudah nyala. Masuk Pandi?
Halo. Enggak ada ini. Masuk ya? Masuk.
Kontrol siko ya.
Tidak kerasa katanya kerasa. Tidak. Bagus. Hah? Bagus ya? Bagus ya? Oke. Di situ kedengaran.
Sorry. My time.
Ada hari ini hari Kamis kan? Iya.
Kami disuruh
Kalau jadi salah buah punya salah.
Palembang adalah ibu kota Provinsi Sumatera. Sebagai kota terbesar kedua di Pulau Sumatera, percepatan pembangunan infrastruktur dan sumber daya manusianya pun terus ditingkatkan. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Palembang atau lebih dikenal dengan Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang adalah salah satu lembaga pendidikan yang juga ikut ambil bagian untuk terus memajukan dan membuat bangga masyarakat di kota tertua di Indonesia ini. Beralamat di Jalan Jenderal Sudirman kilometer 3,5 nomor 1365 Komplek Rumah Sakit Muhammad Husin Palembang, Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang adalah perguruan tinggi kesehatan terbesar di Sumatera Selatan. Didirikan pada tahun 2001 berdasarkan SK Menkes RI nomor 298-Menkes/SK/4/2001 pada tanggal 16 April 2001. Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang memiliki visi menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi kesehatan yang profesional, mandiri, dan kompetitif di tingkat nasional tahun 2020. Untuk mencapai visi tersebut telah disusun juga 4 misi, yaitu meningkatkan mutu pendidikan, pengajaran, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat sesuai perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi di bidang kesehatan. Mengembangkan Poltekkes Palembang Go Digital dalam rangka melaksanakan pelayanan prima melalui budaya mutu cepat, tepat, akurat, dan aman. Meningkatkan pengelolaan pendidikan yang profesional dan akuntabel. Mengembangkan kemitraan secara berkelanjutan dengan lembaga pemerintah, swasta, dan masyarakat dalam mendukung pelaksanaan tridharma perguruan tinggi. Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang saat ini memiliki 14 program studi yang tersebar di Sumatera Selatan. Yaitu Diploma 4 Keperawatan, Diploma 3 Keperawatan yang berlokasi di Palembang, Lubuk Linggau, Batu Raja, dan Lahap. Diploma 4 Kebidanan, Diploma 3 Kebidanan yang berlokasi di Palembang dan Muara Enim. Diploma 3 dan Diploma 4 Gizi. Diploma 3 Farmasi. Diploma 3 Analis Kesehatan. Diploma 3 Keperawatan Gigi. Diploma 3 Kesehatan Lingkungan. Untuk menunjang proses belajar mengajar, Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang memiliki fasilitas yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium yang lengkap dan canggih, perpustakaan dan koneksi Wi-Fi gratis berkecepatan tinggi. Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang terus berinovasi dengan mengembangkan program-program unggulan seperti Pusat Penelitian dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat, Pusat Pengembangan Pendidikan, Complementary in Health, aplikasi AMS Academic Management System, suatu aplikasi terpadu yang meliputi bidang akademik keuangan, kepegawaian, dan kemahasiswaan, serta untuk mempermudah para mahasiswa bertransaksi pembayaran biaya pendidikan melalui aplikasi perbankan. Inovasi demi inovasi ini pun mampu membawa Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang berprestasi di tingkat nasional dan mendapatkan sejumlah penghargaan antara lain dosen berprestasi, mahasiswa berprestasi, pegawai berprestasi. Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang profesional, mandiri, dan kompetitif.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Saya Nurhayati, SPD SKM Mkes, Ketua Jurusan Analis Kesehatan, Politeknik Kesehatan, Kementerian Kesehatan, dan seluruh sivitas akademika menyatakan siap mendukung penerapan new normal dengan melaksanakan pencegahan dan pengendalian terhadap virus COVID-19 di lingkungan jurusan analis kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Palembang sesuai dengan keputusan Menteri Kesehatan Republik Indonesia nomor 328 tahun 2020. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Uh, Good morning to our guest speaker, Professor Dr. Christina Kabanakan Salibay from Philippines, and also Dr. Viranut Nisapathon from Thailand. Uh, Before we start our agenda, let me read the rule of international webinar first. The rules of the International Webinar 2020. Tata tertib Webinar Internasional 2020. Number 1, the participant ID in this webinar should use a real name, not a device name or an institution name. ID peserta dalam webinar ini harus menggunakan nama asli, bukan nama perangkat atau nama institusi. Number 2, participants who gain access to Zoom should dress modestly and behave when the webinar goes on. Peserta yang mendapatkan akses ke Zoom harus berpakaian sopan dan berperilaku sopan saat webinar berlangsung. Number 3, the participants are expected to mute the audio during the webinar. Peserta sangat diharapkan untuk mematikan suara atau mute selama webinar berlangsung. Number 4, all participants who through Zoom or YouTube can ask questions by filling out for Google form link. The moderator will address the speaker some questions due to time limitation for discussion. Semua peserta yang mengikuti webinar melalui Zoom atau YouTube dapat mengajukan pertanyaan dengan cara mengisi link Google Form yang telah disediakan. Moderator akan menyampaikan kepada pembicara beberapa pertanyaan karena waktu untuk diskusi terbatas. Number 5, certificates are given to those who registered via Google Form link. Join the webinar through Zoom or YouTube streaming, take an online quiz and got 30% correct answer as minimum passing grade. Sertifikat akan diberikan bagi yang sudah melakukan registrasi melalui Google Form, mengikuti webinar melalui Zoom atau streaming YouTube, dan menyelesaikan kuis dengan jawaban benar minimal 30%. Number 6, at the end of the event, link attendance list, quiz, and the evaluation will be distributed. The link will only be active for 30 minutes. Di akhir acara, link daftar hadir, kuis, dan evaluasi akan dibagikan. Link tersebut hanya akan aktif selama 30 menit. Number 7, participants who don't fill out the application form before the event starts or don't fill out the attendance list when the event is finished will not get a certificate. Peserta yang tidak mengisi Google Form pendaftaran sebelum acara dimulai atau tidak mengisi daftar hadir saat acara selesai tidak akan mendapatkan sertifikat. the Honorable Director of Health Polytechnic of Palembang, Mr. Muhammad Taswin, SSI APT MMMKes, the Honorable Vice Director 1, 2, and 3 of Health Polytechnic Palembang, the Honorable Head of Medical Laboratory Technology Department, Health Polytechnic Palembang, Ms. Nurhayati, SPD MMKes, the Honorable Speakers, Lecturers, Guests, Media Partner, and also participants, International Webinar 2020. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. First of all, we would like to thank Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for the blessings so that we are able to attend and participate in this event without any obstacles. And also, salawat and salam to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And to begin our event this morning, let's start this event by reciting Basmalah. Bismillah. I'm Daniel Haya, as the Master of Ceremony, would like to welcome you to this special event to celebrate the 20th anniversary of Medical Laboratory Technology Department, Health Polytechnic of Palembang. For your information, this event is organized by Medical Laboratory Technology Department, Health Polytechnic Palembang, with the theme, Optimizing the Role of Medical Laboratory Technologies, MLT, in Laboratory Diagnosis of Toxoplasmosis in Pregnancy. Before we come to the main session, let me read the agenda schedule of our events this morning. First, opening. Second, singing national anthem Indonesia Raya and Mars Poltekkes. Third, reporting speech by head of Medical Laboratory Technology Department, Health Polytechnic of Palembang. Fourth, opening speech by Director of Health Polytechnic Palembang. Fifth, closing the first session and photo session with the guest speakers. Sixth, presentation from the guest speakers, followed by questions and answer session. The last, closing and photo session with all participants. Ladies and gentlemen, the first agenda is singing national anthem Indonesia Raya and Mars Poltekkes. For everyone, please stand up. Kepada Bapak dan Ibu, dipersilakan untuk berdiri.
Di sana aku berdiri.
you. Please sit down. Kepada Bapak dan Ibu, dipersilakan untuk duduk kembali. The next agenda is report by the head of Medical Laboratory Technology Department, Health Polytechnic Palembang, to Ms. Nurhayati, SPD SKM MKes. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This honorable director, vice director, and staff member of Health Polytechnic of Palembang, the distinguished guest speakers and participants. Alhamdulillah. First of all, let us first to remind Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of His will, we can come to this room to attend this webinar. The theme of webinar is optimizing the role of medical laboratories technology in laboratories diagnostic of toxoplasmosis in pregnancy. On this occasion, I would like to report that there are more than 4,000 participants registered in this event. The participants coming from Indonesia and from other countries such as Philippines, Brunei, USA, India, and Thailand. Most of the background of medical laboratories, technologies, students, lecture, health worker, and common people. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe this webinar is provide us an overview of toxoplasmosis in terms of prevention and control this infection especially based on frequency warning. Besides, this webinar will also inform us, especially medical laboratory technologies, about the method of diagnostic analysis and interpretation of serology tests for toxoplasmosis. Toxoplasmosis is a zoonotic infection caused by single-cell parasites called Toxoplasma gondii. This infection goes to frequent swelling. This infection needs ablation, still that are another serious consequence in newborns, such as damage to the baby's brain and other organs. As far as we are concerned, the diagnosis of Toxoplasma gondii infection or Toxoplasma being established by serology tests, radiologists, molecular diagnostic histologists, illustration of parasites by the isolation of the organism. Clinical laboratories as laboratories diagnosis based performance by medical laboratories technology or NLP. Increased professional NLP in the diagnosis of toxoplasmosis. Medical Laboratories Department Health Polytechnic of Palembang is holding international seminar 2020. Inviting the qualified speaker from Indonesia, Philippines, and I would like to extend my thanks quality to all speakers today. Thank you very much for you coming to this webinar and sharing your experience and experience with us. convinced that we have a lot to learn from today's webinar. End of my speech, I want to invite the Director of Healthy Polytechnic of Palembang to deliver his opening remarks and then opening this webinar officially. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Ms. Nurhayati. Next is opening speech by Director of Health Polytechnic Palembang, Bapak Muhammad Taswin SSI APT MMMKes. To Bapak Taswin SSI APT MMMKes, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, the honorable speakers, Professor Daftar, Christina Kabanacem Salibai, Dr. Pirananut Nisapaton Pintangan, Dr. Frank Octavianus Hari Prastiadi SPOG, konsultan dari Rumah Sakit Angkatan Laut, Dr. Ramlan Surabaya, Mr. Dian Ade Bianggo Nauli SSTMB Audit dari Poltekkes Palembang, all guys and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, on behalf of the Health Polytechnic of Palembang, allow me to give my warm welcome to all the participants. Thank you for coming and for your participation in this international webinar. I would also like to extend a special welcome to our speakers who will be speaking today. As the Director of Health Polytechnic, let me tell you that the Health Polytechnic of Palembang is a vocational school for health science. This is a governmental school under the Ministry of Health of Republic of Indonesia. There are 7 departments in this school: nursing, nutrition, midwifery, pharmacy, dental nursing, medical laboratory technology, and environmental health. Merupakan suatu kehormatan bagi saya dapat hadir di sini dalam rangka pembukaan seminar internasional yang diadakan oleh jurusan analis kesehatan Politeknik Kesehatan Palembang. Salah satu penyakit yang diakibatkan oleh parasit adalah toksoplasmosis yang disebabkan oleh Toxoplasma gondii. Toxoplasma gondii ditularkan melalui kucing yang saat ini interaksi manusia dengan kucing sangatlah dekat. Banyak dari kita tidak menyadari bahwa Toxoplasma gondii dapat menginfeksi kita melalui kucing, termasuk ibu hamil yang sangat rentan. Regarding these problems, we hold this international webinar with the theme of optimizing of the role of medical laboratory technology in laboratory diagnosis of toxoplasmosis in pregnancy, which aim to get more extensive information about toxoplasmosis in the world. The topic of the seminar is expected to be able to answer those problems thanks to the head of the Medical Laboratory Technology Department, lecturer, and student for having worked hard to hold this seminar. In conclusion, I hope this seminar will be fruitful and bring insight into our work in life by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I, Director of Health Polytechnic of Palembang, officially open this international webinar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Muhammad Taswin. The next agenda is photo session. Director of Health Polytechnic of Palembang, Head of Medical Laboratory Technology Department, Vice Director 1, 2, and 3, please take a place. Kepada Bapak Direktur, Ketua Jurusan, dan Wakil Direktur 1, 2, dan 3, dipersilakan untuk mengambil tempat untuk foto bersama. Thank you. Please sit down. Silakan duduk kembali, para Bapak dan Ibu. Baiklah, kepada Bapak dan Ibu, dipersilakan untuk meninggalkan ruangan, karena kita akan melanjutkan ke acara selanjutnya. Bapak Direktur, Bapak Direktur dan Bapak Ibu Wakil Direktur, serta Ibu Ketua Jurusan, persilakan. Now, we come to the first presentation from our guest speaker, Professor Dr. Christina Kabanakan Salibay from Philippines about toxoplasmosis, transmission, risk factors, and prevention and control. Authorization, Bapak M. Ihsan Tarmizi. Okay, now let me read the curriculum vitae of our moderator today. Name, M. Ihsan Tarmizi Amak MPD, Palembang, October 28, 1875. Religion, Islam. Status, merit. Position, Lecturer of Health Polytechnic Palembang. Chief of Language Laboratory, Health Polytechnic Palembang. Address, HBR Motik Street, KM 8 Geria Asri Mandiri, Blok S7 Palembang. Phone number 08081855159. Email tan_tarmizi@yahoo.co.id. To Bapak M. Ihsan Tarmizi, time is yours.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much to Dandy as a very good master of ceremony today, and thanks again for giving a chance to continue this session. Welcome to our first presentation. Presenters today, we have 3 keynote speakers today. But I would like to welcome the guest speakers. The speaker is Professor Dr. Christina Kabanakan Salibay from the La Salle University, Las Marinas, Philippines. The second speaker is Dr. Feranat Nisapotong from School of Allied Health Science, University, Thailand. And the third is Dr. Franz Octavius Hari Prasetyadi from Sakit Angkatan Laut Ramlan Surabaya, Indonesia. And the last is Bapak Dian Adi Buangdinawi from Health Polytechnic of Palembang, lecturer of Health Polytechnic of Palembang. Thank you very much for coming to our webinar today, and I will start our first presentation. The first presenter is Professor Dr. Christina Kabanakan Salibay. Are you here, Prof?
Yes, sir, I am here.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to see you. Yeah, in this virtual meeting. My name is Ihsan. I am a lecturer. I'm a moderator today. I am from Health Polytechnic of Palembang, Indonesia. I'm here. I would like to have the webinar smooth, yeah, and I will control the presentation. So we continue with your presentation.
Okay.
Let me read your curriculum vitae. I'm so sorry, Professor. Yeah, I like it only short. Yeah, because I see in your CV you have many work experiences. Yeah, in the field of science, in the field of research. But here I will read some of them. Name Christina G. Kabanakan Salibay. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
You work at the La Salle University das Marinas, DBB das Marinas City, and then you graduated from Assumption School of Davao City, Assumption School of Davao City, 1978, 1982, with honors. Yeah, it's in the same, but I believe it's different. Yeah, and then Bachelor of Science in Biology, also in Davao, the city, and you got your master degree, Master of Science in Biology from the La Salle University, Manila, and you got your doctoral degree, Doctor of Philosophy, majoring in biology. And here you are a lecturer in San Pedro College and the La Salle University das Marinas. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we know that toxoplasmosis is an infection caused by a single cell parasite called Toxoplasma gondii. Based on the data, it has been estimated that 1/3 of the world population has been infected. It is our big problem today. And in Indonesia, also in other countries in the world, people like to keep cats at home. I read in your presentation, the members of the Felidae, including cats, including domesticated cats, are the definitive hosts for Toxoplasma. And mammals and also marsupials can also serve as intermediate hosts. The problem again, there is no specific symptom for this, and especially for pregnant women, they do not know whether they are infected or not. Some issues also develop in our country that Toxoplasma gondii is transferred by the litter of cats. Yeah, the litter, but not the pests. It is common sense in our people. Yeah. They only know that it is not from leather, it is not from pests, but from leather. But that's why they are very careful of the leather, not the pests. I believe that your presentation today will give us very bright knowledge for us about the transmission, the infection, and others. Again, Professor Dr. Christina, please present your presentation in 40 minutes, and then the rest 10 minutes is for question and answer session. Yeah. For the participants, please write your questions in the question link distributed in the virtual meeting. For Professor Dr. Christina, time is yours.
Thank you very much, sir, for your kind introduction. And good morning to everyone. Actually, it's I've been to Indonesia 3 times, in Bandung, in Jakarta, in Samara. And I feel that I am actually in Palembang visiting you virtual. So from the Philippines, my heartfelt greetings. Just give me a few minutes to share my presentation. May I know if you see my presentation on screen?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah, it's clear.
Thank you. The study on Toxoplasma has been my favorite among other parasites. My specialty is on parasitology, but my favorite is Toxoplasma. Probably an influence that I have because I love cats. So before that, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the people behind this webinar, especially the administrators and the staff and faculty of the Department of Medical Laboratory Technology. Let me give you an overview of toxoplasmosis. So this is, as mentioned earlier, caused by Toxoplasma gondii, a parasite that is coccidian, and it has an alternating sexual and asexual reproduction, making it unique among the protozoans. It has cosmopolitan distribution, meaning you can find them anywhere. Well, at some point, some climatic condition may influence the production of oocysts, but it does not stop the parasite from thriving. So it is not bound with geographic distribution, climatic conditions. So they are cosmopolitan in distribution. The only known definitive hosts are the Felidae group, or the species belonging to the Felidae. So that means whether they are domesticated or they are wild, so long as they belong to the Felidae family, they are capable of providing a venue for the parasite for its sexual reproduction. It has a wide array of intermediate hosts. They infect vertebrates, generally from the mammals or the warm-blooded mammals and birds. However, there have been studies that have shown the presence of the parasite even in cold-blooded vertebrates, but as to the capability of the parasite to really propagate in this species, it is not known yet. And they have been also seen in some bivalves, the invertebrates, which are sources of our food, like the clams, the oysters, the mussels. And it makes it very successful because they have different modes of transmission, which I'm going to discuss later. So there are three phases of Toxoplasma gondii parasite. One is the oocyst, which is actually a product of the sexual reproduction of the parasite. And this happens only in the definitive host intestine, particularly the duodenum. So we will find out why later. Then another stage is the tachyzoids, the one that is actively dividing or multiplying form of Toxoplasma gondii, and usually triggers the acute infection. We have here bradyzoids that is inside. So this is the tissue cyst. Inside it, these are the bradyzoids. Okay. So this is the latent stage of the parasite. They stay in the muscles, they can stay in the brain, and in some occasions, they can also stay in the liver and even some muscles of the eyes. So this one is actually taken from the diaphragm of a mouse during our experimentation. And this one is a tissue cyst that bursts in the mouse's brain, which then releases its bradyzoids. Now let's take a look at our lovely cat, the definitive host. I do not want to call the cat as the culprit of the parasite. They are lovely. I know some would be, you also have your pets, cats. And the possibility that Toxoplasma inside the cat should not be a reason that we don't take care of the cats. They are lovely animals. So this cat or the cat family, whether they are, as I have said, wild, tigers, lions, cheetah, whatnot, puma, they belong to the Felidae and they are considered as definitive hosts of this parasite. Now, what is unique on the definitive host is their capability of providing the development of sexual reproduction of the parasite. So when this cat is infected by toxoplasma, let's say the cat was able to eat a raw contaminated meat, contaminated with tissue cyst. So we have the ingested cyst. When it passes through the stomach, which is highly acidic, the proteolytic enzymes would break the wall of the cyst. And in that case, as it passes through the intestine, this is already a broken tissue cyst and releasing the bradyzoids. There are two fates that the bradyzoids will direct. One is the bradyzoids that stay at the surface of the epithelial tissues of the intestine will then develop, will undergo a series of asexual reproduction, the merogamy, after which they are going to undergo sexual reproduction or the gametogony process. And eventually gametes are formed. So we have the male and the female. They are going to fertilize to form the zygote. And the zygote further develop into unsporulated oocysts. So it is the unsporulated oocysts that will pass through the feces. Now, not all feces of cats will have unsporulated oocysts, only the infected. Okay, so it's not the feces of the cat that is responsible. It is the parasite. So once the cat is infected, then it can actually pass on an unsporulated cyst. The other fate is that some of the bradyzoids that passes through from the broken ingested cyst, the tendency is they go and burrow into the deeper mucosa of the intestine. And once they are inside the intestine, they develop into a tachyzoid. This is the actively dividing or multiplying parasite. And it's not going to stay long in the intestine. After several hours that it is being developed into tachyzoids, they enter into the circulation. So they enter into the blood, passes through other organs. So if an individual is not immunoresistant, then it is the cat can also manifest at a certain point the symptoms of infection. But generally, mammals have very good immune system response for toxoplasma. That is why it is not a common disease for healthy individuals. So let me move on. Sorry. Okay, the cat was asking, why me? Why among other mammals, among other animals, there are thousands of species in the world, why me? Why the cat has been selected by the parasite? Let us take a look at our composition, the chemical composition that is present in the intestine of the cat. The cat has a unique chemistry on its gut, okay, that makes them a perfect host for Toxoplasma gondii. There are a lot of studies that have been looking at the duodenum of the cat. This is actually in the hope that eventually we will be able to find solution for therapeutic agents plus vaccines, possibly. Okay. So the parasite needs a chemical, which is actually lipid or lipid or fats. Generally, this is linoleic acid. Linoleic acid is also considered as a nutrient in the duodenum. So in the cats, they are present, and linoleic acid is also present in other mammal intestine. So what is so significant? Why is it so special when it is with the cat? Because in the cat, they do not have the delta-6 desaturase, which is an enzyme that supposedly hydrolyzes the linoleic acid. so that it will be converted into the arachidonic acid. Okay, now, I'm sorry, I am not a chemist, but somehow I can explain this in a layman's term. Now, what happens in other mammals, because they have the enzyme, then linoleic acid does not stay in the duodenum as linoleic acid because they are converted. But in the case of the cat, since they are not converted, they stay as linoleic acid, and that the duodenum is flooded with linoleic acid, which is needed in the sexual reproduction of the parasite. So what happens then? That our cat becomes a very specific definitive host of the parasite. So it is believed that the presence of linoleic acid in the cat is not simply for nutrient, but it has a significant role in the signaling pathway for the start of the sexual reproduction of the parasite. Now, what about the intermediate host? So as I have mentioned, there are a lot of intermediate hosts. I am fond of using photos coming from caricatures and clip art so that I will not be exposing some pictures that I do not have the permission from the owners. So bear with me. So they are cartoonists. So any of these animals can be an intermediate host. So they have been, as I have mentioned, even in cold-blooded, they have been seen present, but if they would develop inside this, then that needs further study. And many studies have shown that any animal that has been tested, like on the prevalence of, or simply the occurrence or presence of the parasite, have shown that at some point, whether there is low prevalence, low presence, low occurrence, still toxoplasma is there. So we believe that there could even be more intermediate hosts of the parasite, but only one definitive host species, and that is the cat. Now, let me share with you the transmission of Toxoplasma gondii in animals, which is very relevant on the possibility of infection in humans. Okay, so let's try to check if there is indeed Toxoplasma in cats. This is actually my cat, a 7-year-old cat named Putih. I just learned that in Indonesia, Putih is also the term for white. So it is also in the Philippines. So this is my cat. So we check on serologic detection of Toxoplasma gondii infection in stray, those that are feral, meaning those that do not have owners, so they are just roaming around, and the household cats, or those are confined at home, or they are pets or indoor. So in our study, there is even higher prevalence of or presence of Toxoplasma in indoor cats rather than stray cats. But statistically, there is no significant difference here. Other studies in the Philippines reveal that even higher prevalence in stray cats and a little lower in indoor cats. An indication that indeed the parasite is circulating in the environment and has always a way to find contact with its definitive host. So high prevalence worldwide has been recorded from 42.5 to 89% in other studies done from the different areas of the world. Now, let us check on the presence of Toxoplasma in rats. Why rats? I think we are aware on the prey-predator relationship of a cat and a rat. That's why rats are very well studied as a carrier as intermediate host of toxoplasma because it's easier for the parasite to complete the cycle with the definitive host because of its relationship. So we have done a lot of studies about the toxoplasma in rats. And we found out that the 3 strains of toxoplasma are also present in rats. And the limitation of the study is based on the histopathologic conditions manifested by the toxoplasma-induced mus musculus or the house mouse. However, succeeding studies with using the PCR and molecular detection indeed has confirmed the studies that we did. So there are 3 strains. This is the one that has a virulent strain. The other one is low virulence, and the other one is severe, the one that can cause severe infection. Okay, so looking at the Toxoplasma gondii in pests, we selected 2 pests, the Rattus tanizumi or the Rattus mindanensis. These are the black rats, smaller in size, but they are also pests. They are roaming into the environment, especially they are inside buildings and other establishments. And the brown rat, the Rattus norvegicus, the bigger ones, they go into the canal, they go into underground, also under roof of the houses. So they have, this is 60%, the other one is 50%. Now, worldwide, the prevalence of gondii infection in rats ranges from 15.6 to 95.7%. Now, what is an indication of these figures? It is just telling us that rats, wherever humans are present, whether we like it or not, we are cohabitating with them because they love to be staying where people are. And since our cats are also within the vicinity, then just having a rat, an infected rat alone in the same vicinity with a cat will provide a complete cycle for the parasite. So looking at the life cycle of Toxoplasma gondii, we have our infected cat shedding of oocysts, which can also a way to infect a scavenging rats. And once the rat is infected, it will also develop in itself the tachyzoids, the multiplying, actively multiplying version of the parasite, and eventually the tissue cysts. Now, the relationship between the cat and the rat is so significant that this rat can also infect other cats. Remember, cats, when they find rats, they are easily agitated by their movement. They run after them. And when they are caught, they are going to actually put the head of the mouse, they're smaller, into their mouth. This is actually to make the rat devoid of oxygen and make them weak. And then they are going to start playing with that rat or mouse. So what happened? Eventually, they will crush the head and expose the brain. And if it has a tissue cyst, then that will be transferred to the cat. So what happened? We have another cat being infected. Okay. So another example of Toxoplasma gondii, presence of Toxoplasma will be in farm animals. Our representative are the chickens. I think while some would be restricted in eating meat due to some culture differences, maybe religious, okay, and so on. But very least, I guess, would be the restriction on eating chicken. So it is a good source of protein, and I think almost everyone is eating this. in the Philippines, we have very popular restaurant with very delicious chicken. So we also made a study on Toxoplasma gondii infection in confined and free-range domestic chickens. And also, we check on the effect on its market value. This is just simply saying if they are infected, would that affect the growth of the chicken? So that means would they have less commercial value? Now we have two types, the confined chicken, those that are caged, they are controlled. So still we found 21.69% of those tested to be infected. What does this mean? If they are caged, how come they are still infected? We found out that it is actually their water source and the feeds that are provided to them, because the storage area where feeds are in place, there are some cats there. Okay, so the feeds could be infected by oocysts. So in other studies, that would range from 0 to 40%. Now the free-range chicken, these are the ones that are freely roaming into the environment. They are also being caged, otherwise they may get lost. But we have there an open ground that sometimes the food is actually provided directly on the soil bed. So 36.1% higher, much higher than the confined. In other studies, that would reach about 39 to 66. Okay, worldwide prevalence rate of chickens is as low as less than 10% to as high as 85%. So with the popularity of having free-range organic chicken, well, this is very beneficial for health. It is also important to note that oocysts can be on the ground, and as a habit and the usual way of chicken to take in food, this is actually by pecking. So there is a tendency that they can also get oocysts from the soil. Okay, so now let's include our chicken. So just like the rat, if they have been exposed to the oocysts into from the ground, then they can be infected. And chicken is the favorite food of cats, not rats, for the information. Okay, so what happened is if they are fed with undercooked or raw, sometimes food waste, then they can be infected. So again, the life cycle continues for the parasite. Now, this could be very rare, the Toxoplasma gondii in wild animals. But I said rare because we are talking about an aquatic mammal. It is not maybe rare in savannas where you have also in some areas where we have the wild cats, because that means they also shed off oocysts. But for the information of everyone, the domestic cats actually produce more oocysts than the wild cats. So in this case, there are no aquatic cats. So how come we have Toxoplasma in the wild for aquatic? Now, this could be due to an anthropogenic activity, or further studies could be done if there are really other aquatic animals that would provide venue for the development of the parasite. So in the Philippines, this is a study done by Obusan from the University of the Philippines, which I have been part as a consultant. So the stranding mammals or cetaceans, these are actually whales and dolphins. So they check on the presence of the parasite. So they get blood samples and some tissue samples. So what's the result? They found out that 7 of the stranded cetaceans are actually positive with Toxoplasma gondii. So these are the Indo-Pacific bottlenose dolphin and the pygmy sperm whales. those types. Now, in Japan, they also have tested this, and they found out that 11.6% are positive. So the Philippine study and the Japan study is within the range of the recorded in other worldwide, although very few have been doing some studies. I think we know why, because of the nature of our species or our subject. So that's about 2.8 to 27.6%. Now, so what could be the reason why aquatic mammals have been infected? The study of Dubé, if you are working on toxoplasma, you will know Dubé. He has books, he has a lot of publications on toxoplasma. The study that they did in elephant seal, they found out that this is positive. And this is a fish-eating mammal, which means that probably the fish, okay, on the lower rank in terms of the cycle for food, they could have been the water could have been contaminated by the oocysts of cats, or the possibility that in seafarers there would be some cats. So feces could just been the infected cat species could just been thrown into the water, or else rats that could be in the ship when they can just be thrown also when they die, and or it could be that the food meat that is being served in the ship, in the seafarers, they are contaminated, and some leftovers are just thrown into the water. So that could have been a reason why even those in the aquatic are also being infected. So it is more of, at this point, it is more of an anthropogenic activity that could have resulted to that. And in this emerging infectious disease study, they stress that the consumption of raw or incomplete cooked cetacean meat is a customary or a practice in some countries. So if we have cetaceans that are infected, their meat is contaminated with a parasite, then this could also be a way, maybe it's very rare, but still a way for infecting humans or other animals eating the infected meat coming from them. Okay, so now we have added in our life cycle, we have the wild animal, okay, which can be infected by the oocysts, or it can be infected coming from these animals. So we have a representative for the meat, and then pest in seafarers. But more than the cycle of toxoplasma, it is also telling us that the parasite has really had a wide range of even tolerance to its environment, because we are talking about a marine environment, which is a salty environment. So that could be a very interesting study for toxoplasma in aquatic environment. Okay, let us now look into Toxoplasma gondii in humans. So generally, the focus of studies for Toxoplasma in humans is actually on pregnant women, because being pregnant does not make a woman sick. Okay, it is a natural phenomenon for women to be pregnant. But I think that the focus here is the possibility that an infected mother can pass through the parasite to its unborn child. So to somebody who is also sick, especially if the underlying disease is chronic or if they are immunocompromised. But even healthy individuals can be infected, and many of us may not know that we are infected. We just have to thank our immune system that will be very resistant. against toxoplasma. Okay, there are two infection types of toxoplasma. The acute, which is asymptomatic to healthy individuals. Symptoms occur like flu-like for young children because young children have immune system that is still developing, so they may not have full support from the immune system, and the immunocompromised individuals, which may progress further depending on the condition of the individual. And of course, congenital toxoplasmosis may manifest in newborn. Then the other one is latent, which the infection produces no readily observable symptoms in healthy human adults. In this phase, only the tissue cysts with the bradyzoids are present in muscles. So we have, it can be in the heart or the skeletal muscle and the nervous system, including the brain. That is why if you have been studying some researches about toxoplasma, it is also being tagged as mind changing or behavior, changing the behavior of the host because of the presence of the Toxoplasma gondii in the brain. In some research studies, they consider in between, like subacute. And rarely there is also what they call the skin infection due to toxoplasma. Okay. So let's take a look at Toxoplasma gondii in healthy individuals. We try to check on healthy individuals living in the urban and the suburban area. And residents from suburban area has 30.6%. And as mentioned earlier by our moderator, about 1/3 of the population can be is believed to be infected by toxoplasma, without many of them without being knowing it and no symptoms. And then residents from the urban has less, like 23.5%. So some underlying reasons could be that most of those in the suburban areas, the participating group are actually working as vegetable and fruit vendors. Some have livestock, others are into farming, and there are more cats that are actually roaming in the area than it is in the urban. So in terms of occupation, most of the respondents here are working in the office. Okay. So we try to check with the prevalence of toxoplasma in healthy individuals, looking at a review of the studies. So together with me, in our team is Dr. Viranut, one of the speakers later. Okay, so we found out that indeed there are studies anywhere in the world, and records show that as high as 93% of the subjects are positive. Okay, and this is followed in the Americas with about 73%, and Middle East with about 52%. In East and Southeast Asia, it ranges from this. So this proves the cosmopolitan distribution of the parasite. Now, most interesting would be Toxoplasma gondii in pregnant women. So we have done this as a survey for the knowledge and practice of Toxoplasma infection in pregnant women. And then at present, we are finishing our study on molecular detection and seroprevalence of Toxoplasma in the Philippines. I would like to share the result of our study on congenital toxoplasmosis, the unknown disease burden of pregnant women in Southeast Asia. Based on that study, when we reviewed, there are factors that have been stressed as reasons why there are congenital toxoplasmosis cases in Southeast Asia. And these are considered like, add-on risk factors. But they are, while this is being collected and analyzed during the time that we have been doing studies for the congenital toxoplasmosis review, it is not really specific for congenital toxoplasmosis, even in general toxoplasmosis. So the tropical geographic condition of the Southeast Asian nations can be a factor because higher survival of OC stage relative to its temperature and humidity. And we know that we are in the tropic, we have higher humidity and higher temperature. And it is being correlated with the sexual replication of parasites, which occurs more frequently in tropical than non-tropical areas. Now, water resources, majority of the countries under Southeast Asia have many inland waters which are sources of domestic and industrial water consumption. The problem is if these water resources may not be treated. And majority of the Southeast do not have water treatment in the entire country. So the indiscriminate use of untreated waters causes the spread of many waterborne parasites, including the toxoplasma. And land cultivation or farming or gardening, these are common sources of income in Southeast Asia. And now that we are in the pandemic, many people are into gardening, right? So, well, it's a very good habit, but again, it has to be done with prudence to avoid parasitic infection. So food sources, as I have mentioned earlier, the food choices are influenced by our culture, our belief, okay? However, there are some commonalities, like the increasing demand of free-range farm animals for organic farming is a factor that we have to consider because of the grazing of animals and consumption of feeds and water that is directly from the soil bed. So marine animals like oysters, clams, or mussels, these are bivalves, which have been also tested for the presence of Toxoplasma gondii, and in fact, they are present, and they are considered food. Transmission of T. gondii by eating raw fruits and vegetables, which could be directly set the table from the garden with the oocyst deposits. And livestock meat that are common sources of protein in Southeast Asia. Of course, the consumption also of unpasteurized milk coming from these animals. Now, we cannot stop anybody from having pets. And I said, cats are lovely animals. The only thing is we just have to manage them well. So the most common household pets are dogs and cats in Southeast Asia. So the direct contact with cats, actually it's more of the mismanagement of the species. Oh, I do not know what is that. Okay, then we have the feral or stray cats. So these are the cats that are roaming into the environment. I think what is very, very pressing in Southeast Asia is maybe the lack or poor program on animal welfare. So I do not know in Indonesia, but in the Philippines, it is also wanting on these programs on how to deal with animals, especially the stray ones. So rats and mice, okay, as I have mentioned, where you see human beings, you will also see rats, okay? And you will also see cats where humans are. So this would really provide a good completion of the life cycle of the parasite. So I mentioned also healthcare program, the inavailability of economical and affordable diagnostic methods. At present, serologic kits are very expensive. So I think I do not know, but the last time that we bought the cheaper one is already around $300 US. So many years back. So I don't know now. So that would range to about 300 to even 1,000 US dollars for the kit alone. So the test for T. gondii infection is not part of the standard routine test for pregnant women. I mean, some countries, especially in developed areas, they already been testing pregnant women with T. gondii for T. gondii present. But well, in the Philippines, it is not a practice. Again, the reason for that would be very expensive. And information drive. The scarcity of information of congenital toxoplasmosis is a concern because one of our problems could be that even medical practitioners lack knowledge on these parasitic infections. So it is not being part of the information for pregnant women that the possibility of getting diseases coming from this type of parasite.
Excuse me, Prof. Christina.
Yes,
You
sir.
have 10 minutes to go.
Yes. So let us now continue. Now we have from the animals, we have extended it to humans. So humans can be directly infected by the oocyst, and a healthy infected individual who does not manifest any disease may provide blood donation. And if it is the tachyzoids, the actively multiplying one can be transferred through blood, or the bradyzoids can be transferred through organ donor or organ donation. Okay, and we have mentioned that the mother can also transfer the parasite to the fetus. I will not stress on this because I know one of our speakers will be talking about congenital toxoplasmosis. Other myths would be from the oocysts, the humans can also get them from the food that they eat. So this is a contaminated meat because these animals had been grazing into a contaminated area. Okay, so what happened is that the contaminated meat, when they are not prepared well, they can be transferred to humans. And rare, as we have said it, but there are some people who are eating raw or undercooked cetaceans or wild animal meat, so it can be a possibility. Okay, now, but let us not forget our definitive host, because they can also eat this meat. They can also eat this meat. Okay, so what happened? Then another exposed cat from the contaminated meat. We have another cat, and a cat just playing into the environment may be infected, okay, at some point with the oocyst. So in that case, these cats will again shed oocysts, and just ingesting few tissue cysts will result to sexual development of these oocysts in cats, and the cat will be shedding of oocysts for about 3 weeks, and every time they shed off thousands of oocysts. So what are the risk factors? I mentioned food consumption, undercooked infected meats. Okay, so unwashed raw fruits and vegetables coming directly from the garden or the soil, and unfiltered water and unpasteurized milk that could have been contaminated. Occupation is one. We have gardeners, farmers exposed to the soil. We have food handlers exposed to possible meat, and if they are not preparing it well and eat them, then they can also be contaminated, and animal handlers as well. So mismanagement of cat, we have feeding undercooked or raw meat to cats or even food waste. Then improper disposal of cat litter boxes. Now, what is the significance of this? Every time you have an indoor cat, every day it should be clean. Why? Because we mentioned that oocysts will sporulate. The one that is being released by the cat is an unsporulated oocyst, which means that it is not yet infected. The moment that it's going to sporulate, then it becomes infective. And when is this? It will be within 24 to 48 hours when it is released, or up to 5 days. So we have to prevent the sporulation of the oocysts. That's why every day it should be cleaned. And cats prey with small animals like rats, which could be infected. Okay. And health condition, I said pregnancy is not, it is not a sickness, but it can be a risk factor for the unborn, the sick, and those that are chronically ill or immunocompromised. So prevention and control, there are two major preventive measures mentioned by CDC, which is focused on the food and the environment, which could be source of infection or source of the parasite rather. So that should be reduced risk from food and reduce risk from the environment. And we have very practical means. This can be done very easily and in good practice. Just wash hands, wash utensils that are being used, cook the food well, okay, wash vegetables and fruits, and drink only sterilized water or filtered and even pasteurized milk. And do not eat raw or undercooked oysters, mussels, and clams, and even other meat. Okay, in the environment, always wear gloves, okay? Wash hands after exposure to the soil. And as I have said, for immunocompromised or pregnant women, avoid the changing of cat litter boxes. And only feed cats with canned or dried commercial food. Do not give them undercooked meat, okay? Ensure that cat litter boxes is changed daily and keep cats indoor to prevent them from hunting infected animals and avoid handling stray cats. Okay, so for my conclusion, P. gondii is highly successful parasite organism that is able to infect and live within a wide range of different animal hosts. Toxoplasmosis is a widespread zoonosis which has an important impact on human and animal health worldwide. The spread of Toxoplasma gondii can be prevented by simple but persistent practice of good habits, such as hand washing, proper food handling, and care for animals. With that, I'll just very briefly give future directions of researchers. One is improve standardized protocol to detect P. gondii both in humans and animals, and maybe cheaper at that. And discover new therapeutic targets and identify promising pathway that target the cyst as well, because the cyst is unresponsive to any therapeutic drug. And well, this could be very ambitious, but I think in the future, this could be a good challenge to come up with a vaccine for Toxoplasma. These are my references. So I just want to share with you my research collaborators with Toxoplasma gondii studies. In the Philippines, kasi is a root word for heart, kasi. And so in one of our languages, we have a term, kasing, which means the heart. A sweetheart is called kasintahan. So kasi is close to the heart. So from the bottom of my heart, I would like to say terima kasih. Thank you very much.
So kasih is close to the heart.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih, Professor Dr. Christina. Now we come to question and answer session. We have selected 3 questions from our participant, and I will read one by one question and directly answered by Professor. The first question is from Sopian Pardomuan, University of Maritime Raja Ali Haja. Why are cats the main source of Toxoplasma transmission, and which part of the body can get Toxoplasma except the eyes? Because we are very worried in Indonesia, there are so many stray cats and we often come into direct contact with them. That's the question. Is that clear,
Yes.
Professor? Okay.
Why are cats the main source of cats as the main source of Toxoplasma? We are talking about cat as a definitive. source, because other animals can also be a source as intermediate. So cats are definitive, meaning sexual reproduction develops only in cats. So as I have, I think earlier mentioned that it is only in the duodenum of the intestine of the cat that sexual reproduction of Toxoplasma gondii happens. So it is because of the chemical linoleic acid, which stays in the duodenum of the cat, and this linoleic acid is actually needed as in the targeting signal for the sexual reproduction of the parasite to start. And there is no other animal, I mean, up to date, there is no other animal that can flood the duodenum with linoleic acid except coming from the Felid family, because they lack the enzyme that's going to break linoleic acid. So linoleic acid remains in the duodenum. I think the second question was, what she's worried about having so many cats,
Stray cat. Yeah.
stray cats.
Yeah. And we are worried of direct contact with them.
Yeah. As I have said, I think I mentioned that in Southeast Asia, the taking care of the stray cat is actually, I think, a community effort, or I would say local government or the government. In fact, in the Philippines, the program for stray cats, dogs, and other animals, and even dealing with pests is a very wanting program, because it has to be a collective effort, a community effort. There are some non-government agencies that help in taking care of stray cats. They are for adoption. Otherwise, I do not know if there is a local ordinance that would say that all cats or all dogs must be neutered, right? So in other countries, it is a must, unless you want to propagate or to breed cats. Otherwise, they have to be neutered, so that even if they are within they will not propagate, they will not multiply, because indeed stray cats are very risky in terms of toxoplasma, because they can defecate anywhere, and if they are infected, they are going to shed off unsporulated oocysts, and within, as I have mentioned, 24 to 48 hours, these unsporulated oocysts can sporulate. And some studies have shown that the sporulated oocysts can stay in the ground for several months. Yes, so we are really at risk if we do not have any program to deal with the stray cats.
Okay, thank you very much. The next question is from Rahmi, from Indonesia. Professor Dr. Christina, why for toxoplasmosis diagnosis, we also need to measure the avidity, but why not in cytomegalovirus and rubella?
Avidity? You mean antibodies?
Yeah, it is regarding laboratory diagnosis. The question is, why for toxoplasmosis, for the detection, we also measure the avidity, and we do not measure in cytomegalovirus and rubella.
Rubella is actually virus. Yeah.
Yeah.
The one that's responsible for measles, is that the one? I think she's asking for that.
Yeah, and CMV.
Parasites. Anyway, we measure the avidity, or like if you're going to check with antibodies, because the type of antibodies that would be present, and the level of titers and so on will tell us if they are recently infected or if they have been chronically infected. So it's going to provide level of antibodies. I am not so sure I am very sorry, but I am not a medical doctor. I am not so sure with the viral particles. So definitely, when we are going to measure antibodies, we also would like to know the extent of the infection. So yes, and I think Dr. Vera Note will be discussing on diagnostics.
Okay, thank you for your answer. And the last question is, if a pregnant woman eat undercooked, if an eat meat, but they do not know whether the meat is infected with T. gondii or not, the question is, after eating the meat, what is the direct effect to the body of the pregnant woman?
Okay.
And to the fetus also?
Yeah. Okay. We said that there is a risk, higher risk if one is eating undercooked or raw meat. Now, we are talking about risk because it is not automatic that if you eat, then you're going to develop signs and symptoms, because the development of the disease is actually an interplay with the virulence of the causal agent and the immune system of the individual. So once it is eaten, okay, and if this meat is not well cooked, then through ingestion, it passes through the stomach, and the cyst, because it is acidic in the stomach, the cyst will break its wall. Okay. Now, by chance, if the bradyzoids were not destroyed due to the acidity of the stomach, it can still pass through the duodenum, and then it's going to stay there. Now, I said that possibly that's why some healthy individuals do not manifest the disease, because a human being by nature, its immune system is very good at eradicating toxoplasma. That is why the manifestation of the disease of toxoplasmosis is only being manifested from immunocompromised individuals when their immune system is very weak. So even the pregnant women may not manifest the disease if her immune system is very good. It's not, she will not even manifest any, because the immune system is very good. But the thing is, in the process, when this bradyzoid has been broken and released, some of them will develop into tachyzoid. This is the one that is actively dividing, and this is the one that can possibly pass through the placental cells, going into the fetus. So there might be some of these parasites that have escaped immunologic response, that has escaped the macrophages in the body, and they have a chance to enter into the fetus. By the way, there are actually the gestational period of the mother is very significant as to the effect of toxoplasma into the fetus. If infection happens during the early stage of pregnancy, which is very rare, okay? If infection happens during the early age of pregnancy, the effect of the parasite to the fetus is severe. At some point, this may even cause abortion, okay? However, I said it is rare that the parasite passes through the placenta, because during this time, the placental cells are in our cell biology classes, maybe in the transport is very strict for the placental cells during this time. So it is very discriminating on the entry of substances coming from the outside. Now, if the pregnancy is already on the latter part of the gestation period is already on the latter part, and the infection happens there, the effect in the fetus is actually less severe. So this is what we now have, the congenital toxoplasmosis, because they may be able to survive, but there are some abnormalities that will be present. And this is a more common type of congenital toxoplasmosis when infection happens during the later stage of gestational period, because the placental cells are more receptive. Okay, I think this is getting ready for the pregnancy or for the end of the pregnancy. So when it is taken inside the body, maybe at some point, if the mother is affected, there could be some flu-like manifestation. But if the immune system is very good, it will just disappear. But our concern now is that the possibility of some parasites to escape and go into the fetal circulation.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Christina. I think your answer is very clear and has answered the participant questions. Thank you very much. It is the end of this session. Now we come to, we would like to give you certificate for you, but we will give you virtually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. The certificate, please share the certificate. Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. Christina, for your very valuable speech, valuable information for our participants, especially for our students, our MLTs in Indonesia, in other countries. I will to you and appreciate for your very outstanding speech and information today.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih. But if you have something to do, yeah, you can decide. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Christina Kanabacan Salibai. Maybe in other time, in the next, we would like to invite you again. Still in parasite with different topic, maybe. Suara.
That's all for the first presentation. Thank you very much for Professor Dr. Christina Kabanakan Salibai. Before we start the second presentation, for information to all participants, attendance link, quiz, and evaluation will be shared at the end of the event. The next agenda is presentation from our guest speaker, Dr. Viranut Nisapaton from Thailand, about toxoplasmosis, diagnosis tools in pregnant women. For the next, I'll turn the session over to the moderator, to Bapak M. Ihsan Tarmizi. Time is yours.
Thank you. Okay, we come to our second session. Second presenter is Dr. Feranut Nisafaton from School of Allied Health Science, Walailak University, Thailand. Before we start our presentation, let me again read the curriculum vitae of Dr. Feranut. The name is Dr. She is a medical doctor from Lady Hardinge Medical India and Master of Clinical Tropical Medicine from Mahidol University, Thailand. She was working as a contract lecturer and later an associate professor at the Department of Parasitology, Faculty of Medicine, University of Malaya, Malaysia, for almost. She is now working as an associate professor at the School of Master of Clinical Tropical Medicine, 1998, from Mahidol University. Diploma of STD and AIDS, 1997, Prince of Songkhla University, Thailand. Diploma of and it's 2017 till present as associate professor, School of Allied Health Sciences, Walailak University. She is teaching. She become facilitator and also she is a researcher, supervisor of one postgraduate student, co-supervision of 2 international postgraduate students, Master Nottingham University Malaysia campus, USM Malaysia. That's the curriculum vitae of Dr. Feranut. Dr. Feranut, you have 40 minutes to speak, and then we will continue 10 minutes for you for question and answer. The time is yours.
Oh, thank you very much.
The slide?
Okay. Can you see my slide?
Not yet, ma'am.
Can you see my slide?
Yes, clear.
Okay. How to enlarge it? Oh, here. Okay. Okay, very good morning. The moderator and Dr. Angkor. I think first of all, I would like to say thank you very much for your kind invitation. Yeah, for me particularly that come and discuss and then share some of the information on toxoplasmosis, that diagnostic tools in pregnant women, in conjunction with international webinar on optimizing the role of medical laboratory technologies in laboratory diagnosis of toxoplasmosis in pregnancy in Indonesia. And also that I think I'm just like Prof. Tina, that I think it's not the first time that, I deal with the, Indonesian counterparts. Yeah, I think as our ASEAN members, I think we have quite up close, relations. I think one or the other ways. Yeah, I think what I'm going to talk to you today, not just only a touch on kind of the diagnostic purely, but I may really add up about the treatment or any kind of other that I think maybe is necessary. And I think it's important, particularly when come to the, diagnostic per se of Toxoplasma gondii. So I think as you know already, and now I have some experience, I think about 20 years actually, what I can say on Toxoplasma gondii, but now most of the time I do as a reviewer, usually some of the paper from the international journals that they invited me for these purposes. But Toxoplasma, as I also feel, just like Prof. Tina, that's actually, this is my beloved parasite that I did since my master of clinical tropical medicine. Okay, so since then, that's how my journeys of these parasites. Okay, to the end that I was a lecturer at the University of Malaya, Malaysia. So I think I touched a little bit since I think you can hear a lot already from Prof. Tina. I think history actually on we tell a story. Okay, since 1900 that the first observation of Toxoplasma was found in section of the spleen and bone marrow in Java sparrow, and in 1908 the definition has been given by two scientists, okay, as a Toxoplasma. The first recognized case of Toxoplasma in man found as the congenital toxoplasmosis. And then in 1948, that's what the first reliable serological test, we call as a dye test, has been launches. Okay, and then this is the one that seems to be very important, okay, in in the world today, particularly as a reference test in many big reference, okay, or laboratory in the world. The cat, as Prof. Tina mentioned, that is the definitive purse and description of the entire life cycle that depend on this animal. Later in 1970 to 1980, that's how the first cases of immunocompromised patients have been reported throughout the world. And since 1995 to present, epidemiological study and parasite genotyping have also been documented as well. So this is how the Toxoplasma move on more than 100 years. So that's very, very interesting actually, and also very fantastic. What I'm going to talk to you from now on is about what is relevant when you talk about the medical diagnosis particularly. I really want to share how I feel and how I look at it, okay? So this is a one organism with the multiple modes. I think as you know already, I think that Toxoplasma can move around since so long, okay, by the oral ingestion contaminations, okay, both foods and waters, yeah, and transmission through this kind of the congenital from the infected mother and to the fetus actually during pregnancy. This is the most important. And also that is about the blood transfusion on the blood-borne diseases, okay. So you can see that Toxoplasma actually, they play its role, is very important role, not just only the food, the water, and also the blood, and sometimes also to talk about the air borne as well, okay, but that's also very few studies that have been documented. So now what's happening with the diagnostic? I think you talk about Toxoplasma actually, when and why should it be applied? What I can say is that Toxoplasma actually very lucky. I can tell you, because compared to other parasites, that actually Toxoplasma have many diagnostic tools, yeah. But how you're going to use it and when you're going to use it, that's another story. So they have direct detection, either you do as a staining, culture, or bioassay. Usually it is more in the in vivo study, right, or in vitro as well. Serology can be antigen as well, but it's not very commonly used just because it's not really it's not really contagious as such, not just like HIV or other. test. So usually most of the time people opt to the antibody detections, and antibody detection either is a preliminary, just like the screening, or the definitive, or it's a confirmed test. I think when you talk about the preliminary, it can be any, that in the commercial markets that you can see mostly are ELISAs, okay? And then the confirm can be the dye test, can be specific, okay, for the antibody as well. Okay. Advanced techniques, you can be a monoclonal antibody on a molecular analysis, and also with other as inhibition, test, skin test, etc. So that is depend where toxoplasma goes in our bodies. Yeah. So this is how the story goes of the diagnostic. I think the most important that I want to highlight, that's about serological diagnosis. Why? I think because of this is the most common that they use it in the lab compared to other tests. So we can see that actually serological diagnosis, they have both good and on the bad point. So they talk about opportunity and the pitfall. But what's happened with the serology actually? I think serology is the first line and the most widely used approach that they use it in the laboratory. Whatever you have, I think number one, you will have a serology first, and to determine the specific antibody for the diagnosis and the stage, either you want to confirm, you want to identify as a current, recent, or is a past infections. That is mandatory for that. I think it's a part and parcel and has its own significance in making the final diagnosis become realistic and also complete. So this is that how we have this serological diagnosis in the pipeline. I think I just want to share you first that how you're going to see that how your serology or antibody is raised up in your body once you get infected with the parasites. Okay, so this is a patterns of the antibody actually. Okay, infection as determined by the various serological tests. I think this is very important, and usually I will give this slide to all the students, either they're undergrad student or postgrad student or medical student particularly, because that's how they're going to use or modify this kind of laboratory diagnosis into practice. Okay, so you can see from here that in the early time when you get infected, right? So you see that how the what they call antibody going to shoot up, okay, to raise up, and how they're going to stay forever or not. Okay, so it depends. Now I can tell you that, okay, once you get infected for the early weeks, okay, and so what happens that I think this is depend on different type of the of the test uses actually. So you can see IgM. I think IgM, as you know, that actually is indicate the recent infections. Okay, so what happens is when they get it infected, they raise up, okay, build up their own immunity. I think within 1 week they can shoot until to the optimal maximum level. Okay, and then after that they will slowly decline, okay, and disappear within 2 years. So I think this is very important in this part, particularly can be really it's a mingle or this kind of misinterpret with the antigens. Yeah. How about the antibody, okay, for the IgG? IgG should be quite a bit later because latent. So latent is about the sleeping, okay? So sleeping actually, they also can take more times, yeah? And that's also is depend on the test kit as well that they use it, okay, in the lab. For example, for the dye test or agglutination test, I think they are a bit faster, okay? So that's why they raise up, antibody within 2 to 6, about 2 to 6 months, yeah? And then after that is decreased, but is stay lifelong. Okay, so I think this part also is very important. You can see that even though they are in the different, okay, different durations of the raising titers of the antibody, but at the end of the day, they still lifelong. So that's why this part is very important for the immunocompromises. Okay, so that is maybe another, diagnostic criteria actually that we can use it, okay, in the in the medical diagnosis. So what should we do actually? I think you talk about toxoplasma as also you know already that is 1/3 of the world population is infected, but mostly are asymptomatic. It means symptom free. They have nothing, they can walk 1,000 miles away with nothing but nothing happens. Yeah. So but what happened with the part that with the portion that consider or confirm asymptomatic? This is importance. Yeah, I think before I go to one by ones like that, I want to share with you that how the global situation of toxoplasma infection, particularly in pregnant women. Okay, you can see that there are many reports, okay, around the world. Okay, that is no doubt about this. But what happened in ASEAN particularly, I'm quite concerned because usually on my work I will deal with the ASEAN first, because I think that not just only we look at our home, but we also have to see in our neighboring as well. Okay, so this is the part that I feel that is very important. You can see from here that the dark red and light red, actually we are in the crucial as well, even though that we can see that most of the time of the report of the toxoplasma are asymptomatic, it means symptom free, but it's just only the small portion that also can lead to the clinical, okay, clinical diagnostic, okay, criteria, or even in the diagnosis later. Okay, so you can see that Southeast Asia is still in the in the range of that is quite can say that it's a worry. Yeah, it's a worry. It's suppose we not really take ourselves or take any prevention very well. Okay. And how about that? It's much more complex actually. I think they not just really talk plain of the antibody as a surveillance test, but now even in the West, particularly on this Prop Robert, okay, Gangnux, particularly from France, they really, they have their own group, their own teams that they really do toxoplasma very well. They have their own toxoplasma center, particularly in even in Asia, particularly in the Middle East, okay, in Iran, because I have few of the collaborators from there. They are also doing very extensively on toxoplasma. So what happens is, I think as we know already, genotype, okay, it's a bit it's a bit troublesome because genotype is not something can do very easily. One thing is that we don't have that symptomatic cases so many that we can really do it, but however, whatever had been reported, okay, in the past, we can see that they are genotyping 1, 2, 3. 2 is the one that the most important, and type 2 is the one that create the human diseases actually. So you can see that they have different of the characteristic, okay, of the genotyping, but unfortunately, I think I never seen any genotyping in humans. Okay, even I do in cats. Okay, and then also that in human reported in this Southeast Asia. Okay, so I think maybe this another area that we can do it for the future study, even though it's a lot of it's a lot of costing. Okay, that going to do it, and it may not really give you a definite diagnosis compared to other other techniques that I mentioned to you earlier. Now, when you talk about pregnant women, why it's so important? Yeah, I think already when the time that we are women, we are pregnant, it's not just only one person you're talking about. It's maybe 1, 2, it may be 3, right? Because when the person get pregnant, they can be just only 1 or maybe twin or triplet or 40, so whatever. So you can see that they are the impact. The impact, not just only the lady, okay, that the pregnant women, but the impact based on the medical, that is the most important. So I just want to give you some idea that's how the congenital toxoplasmosis that really can give a toll, for this kind of the clinical impact on toxoplasmosis particularly. So I think as you know already that they are very, very classic actually. Once you are confirmed, okay, as congenital toxoplasmosis, okay, so you have a clinical trials actually that you can see either from the eye, okay, from the brain, okay. Actually, it's from the brain and eye, they are near, we are near. These two parts, they are very near. So usually whatever is go to the eye can go to the brain, okay. So this can be the eye lesions that we call retinochoroiditis. They can go as a large, big head. That is quite, mis, interpretations or misdiagnosis with, rubella, so whatever. So this is hydrocephalus and encephalitis. Okay, but however, at the same time, they also have other non-specific manifestations of the clinical features, so that you can see. Okay, so this is something that is very interesting actually, and also is something that on the medical, okay, personnel that needs to really cope with it and also be understand and also aware that toxoplasma infection still be around, okay, in our ASEAN area. Okay, so what happened with toxoplasma serology? Okay, I think that anywhere in the world they do it. I think no doubt about this. Okay, and then they do either mostly sure that more than 95% are antibody detections. Okay, either you do is the IgG, IgM, IgA, or so they have some panel of this, okay, based on the Europeans, okay, that they really set up their own goal and targets of this. So in Southeast Asia, I think this is on our work, okay, that we done, okay, in University of Malaya. I think we done come with surveillances with the diagnostic as well, okay. So this is the early parts, okay, that we did, okay, in University of Malaya, and then we see that in Malaysian population, okay, there are high number, okay, is of infection rate. Okay, its infection rate is there, and then they have a long history, that a significant history with contact with cats. I think as we know that among Malays, okay, they are prefer cats than dogs. Okay, I think this because of religious obligations or etc. But however, I think among Thai, even I myself, I also love cats. I have many cats at home. Okay, so actually that this house is we have a what they call is a high tendency, okay, to get infections. Okay, but not just only in ASEAN. You can see from France, particularly if you go anywhere in France, so you can see people still carry the cats as well. So cats is very important. That prey parts, and not just only the cat is among the uncooked meats. Okay, I think now people try to be westernized or whatever. Okay, that's why they also doesn't mind to try on this kind of the half-cooked meats, yeah, or foods that have a high chance of contamination with the cats. Okay, oocysts, etc. And this is another one that we do. Actually, I also try to target, as I have a medical background, so usually I target the group of the population that I'm interested and also have quite a risk, for toxoplasma. And number one, that's a pregnant woman. Okay, so actually from our data can see that among Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, I think we still have a numbers, okay, as infection rates today, though it's not seem to be too high, but it's something that is make it as a concern, okay, in that sense. And they have some risk factor as well that's involved. That's what I mentioned to you, that not just only the cat now, can be uncooked meats, can also be the water. So the history of toxoplasmosis is keep going. Actually, whatever they have been identified, we also see it in our study. Yeah. So this is another one in pregnant women. And so usually we will do, because since in University of Malaya, we're quite close with the south of Thailand. So we also will have, comparison Malaysia, Thailand, so whatever. Yeah. So this is the part that really we go on. Okay. We do it. Okay. In our research work. Okay. And this is we also go beyond this, not just only Thailand and Malaysia, we go with the Myanmar as well. Okay, and also we use avidity. Also, just now I heard the questions of the avidity. Okay, but why avidity is important? I think I will talk to you again. I think based on this study particularly, because we also see the importance of that. Okay, and this is another one, the listed one before I left the University of Malaya. I think that we are also doing on this avidity testing. I also want to emphasize that why avidity is important, okay, in later slide. So on this is it's just like something is very important. You talk about the antibody first, IgG, IgM. This is a guideline actually for the general interpretations of the Toxoplasma gondii when you use it, okay. I think that when you test for Toxoplasma gondii, what I can see is that we have to be careful. Okay, we have to be careful. We not just simply jump to the conclusion, just only one, one case. Okay, you can see from here that have IgG, IgM. Okay, in general, it's support negative is all right. Okay, negative is all right, but it doesn't mean that the person, okay, not going to get any infection anymore, but they are susceptible to infections. Okay, and then I can show you some kind. I think equivocal is something that you have to also be taken into considerations, because it support equivocal for both or for either ones. I think that you also have chance that if you can get a new sample, or otherwise you repeat again. I think with different test kit like that, at least 2 kit. I feel that should come into consideration, particularly when you involve with the real diagnostic purposes, not just like research work. Research you may get only one, is all right. But it's support in the medical, diagnosis. I think 2 should be better, okay? And it's a more confident. It's support you don't have any avalities, yeah. And then I will share with you some more that what I think about this serology. Yeah, so this just like some of the baseline that you can see. So what happens is when you want to see zero pattern in pregnant women, particularly, I think this also less or more is just like the general population, because the time of the pregnant woman usually they're still immunocompetent. So it means the immune is intact. So usually once it's intact, it should be okay. It's about your IgG, only IgG positive. So it means you have kind of history already, you exposure to toxoplasma infection, okay? And suppose you have only IgM, so what you should do, okay? It's about IgM alone, you may be in the false positive, and then I will show you again about from our work why I really feel that I'm confident to tell about this, yeah, because I think that is very important, particularly when you come to the medical diagnosis. I think on this you have to be clear cut, okay? And it's suppose you have IgG and IgM positive, so what does it mean and what you're going to do? I think this can be past or recent acquired infections, but can also be false positive, particularly IgM, okay? But that's why how the IgG avidity come in. That's why IgG avidity is very important, and they really design this kit particularly for the pregnant women, yeah. And then this about neonate. I think when you talk about pregnant women, you don't forget that now, when it's term, so she will deliver, okay? Its delivery time comes, and then that's how, the transmissions, okay, from congenitally or transplacentally from the mother to the fetus, that we will go on until, just become a live birth, okay, after delivery. So they become a newborns, okay? So with this time on, so you also can have a test kit again to confirm it that is that because of the mother, okay, or because of the fetus itself that gets infected, okay? So this is one of the, kind of the interpretations and comments and advice that you can do, okay? For the medical technologies, you may not really need to the advices, but unless until you need the new sample, okay, to do it, to repeat it, and that's the time that is your duty. That I think that you have to talk or to, communicate with the doctors, and also, maybe you have to communicate with patient as well at the same times, okay? So I can show you just some of the example. For example, that I suppose you have IgG negative and IgM negative. So what your interpretation actually? It can be from the mother or it can be from the newborns, yeah. Okay, it's support from the mother itself, so it's no congenital infection. Even if they stop at that, okay. But however, if you think that you just want to be sure, you can correct the serum sample again 10 days after birth, okay, to confirm the contamination of maternal antibodies, yeah. Okay, it's suppose you think it's a neonate, okay, so this it's just right, acquiring infections already, okay. So this can be congenital infections, and then you can see again that any seroconversion or not. So that's why I tell you that actually the diagnosis of toxoplasmosis is not that so straightforward, okay. They will have some kind of the, you have to be, observe, okay, observations, and you have to think ahead a little bit, at least 1 or 2 steps more, in order to make sure that your result, okay, not going to make just like misinterpretation and misdiagnosis. And I think that will be just like, don't say it's a disaster, but I think that somehow it's a wasting for both the, the cost and on the times, and so many consequences actually. Okay, so this is the part that I would like to share with you, okay, to share with you. And then this is another one that they can do quite well, okay, in terms of that they pick up on the things, yeah, and then come and tell that what you should do. Okay, for example, that's the test serum for presence of toxoplasma specific IgG antibody. Its support is a negative. Okay, it's negative. Actually, it's quite okay. It's not too bad. Okay, can be non-infected. Okay, so you retest again if you feel that you want to make sure that it's really negative. Okay, but support positive. So what happened? Definitely positive for the immunocompetent, just like us, no problems. Okay, but this positive one have to be aware that once the person turn out to be immunocompromised, this kind of the IgG positive can be reactivated. Okay, so that's why they say that. That's why it's quite common as a secondary reactivation of toxoplasmosis in immunocompromised persons. Okay, so this is how you determine the approximate time of infections. Okay, and approximate time of infection that depends on the protocol, right? Because usually most of the time we use as a commercial kit. We don't use that in-house kits, okay? So the test serum for presence of toxoplasma specific IgM antibody again, okay? So most of the time that is suppose you are immunocompetent, you will test mostly IgG, okay? But unless until you are just like pregnant women, I think IgG not enough. You have to go for the IgM, okay? So let's say that you have both IgG positive, IgM negative, in fact, maybe more than 1 year already, okay? So they mostly they are past infections. I think this quite sure. But what happened with the time that they are both positive, okay? So maybe infection within last 2 years, it's possible because whatever I told you, I showed you in the previous slide that, IgM can shoot up within 1 month. And after that can be slowed down and then disappear within 2 years, okay? So during this period also it's count as well, but you have to be careful because it can be false positive IgM as well. So that's why IgG is not a problem. The problem is IgM, okay? So this can be obtained the second sample, okay? Maybe it's another sample, another 2 weeks times, okay? Or if you really feel that the patient may not really cooperate, okay? Cooperate with you to give you more blood. So I think that's why I feel that IgG avidity should come in, okay? IgG avidity should come in. That's what this also they say. If necessary, you can do avidity. I think IgA and IgE. For me, I feel that I don't say it's unnecessary, but I think that is in addition you make it more cost effective, unnecessary. I think if I in the position to make a decisions, I prefer avidity testing, okay, after this IgG and IgM positive. Now we come and see that what the IgG avidity that have been doing. You can see it's quite many, since it's, in the early 80s that they invent this kind of the kits, right? So they're specific that they want to do it for the pregnant women. Yeah. So that's what I also mentioned to you earlier already, that what's the purpose of avidity. And you can see that not just only in our area that we do it, okay? Last five years, okay, more than 5 years, that I really emphasize that whatever I do in humans, now not just only I do in pregnant women, even in HIVs or whatever, I will include avidity inside here as well, okay? So you can see this, Andy Apan on this is my students, okay? And then Brandon on this, Chimo on this, they're on my students, okay? This is my colleague that we really implement this kind of the avidity testing, okay? So why so important for the avidity? I think number one, that you can manage the clinical diagnosis, because now you're not talking about in terms of the screening purposes, but you're talking about the confirmation test, okay? And you want to confirm that either the person really infected with the clinical relevant or not, okay? So it's quite a bit different. When you talk about infection rate, disease burden, they are different, okay? Story actually, okay? So this is a managed for the clinical diagnosis, congenital toxoplasmosis, ocular or pre-transfusion test, or even in a HIV/AIDS, okay, to discriminate between recent and chronic infections, yeah, okay, by the low and high avidity. In pregnant women, so how? Okay, usually they indicate, they use it, either you have only one IgG or both IgG and IgM, okay, positive sample to be tested, and to manage the pregnant women with toxoplasmosis, especially in single serum sample. That's what I also mentioned that, if suppose you cannot get the second sample, so what you should do? Okay, what you should do to make time become easier for you, and then it's more clear cut either the person really infected or not, okay? It's just talking about infection. I'm not talking about the real disease, the clinical ones, yeah? And then to support the necessary measure of the clinical diagnosis and to minimize the anxiety in pregnant women about congenital toxoplasmosis. So this is the point that I really make a big concern, because I feel that whatever you do in the lab, okay, it may not really go well with the clinical diagnosis. So how you're going to match between these two? Side by side, in order to make sure that toxoplasmosis that the doctor diagnosed is not a fault, okay? It's a fault diagnosis, okay, or misdiagnosis. To decrease the significantly the necessity for the follow-up testing and unnecessary therapeutic intervention, okay? So this is the one that I really emphasize it actually when I mentioned about avidity. So everything is come in, everything is count, particularly we are in limited resource setting, okay? We are not a rich country anyway. I think we have to accept the facts, you know, and then we need so many things in many diseases, not just only toxoplasmosis. So what the thing that you think is very important and relevant and can use it in the laboratory, this is my main concerns, and it's the point that I want to send the message, okay? Now we come to the parasites. I think I love this parasite actually. So we have this kind of the face that you know, I can help up to boost up, you know, the ideas or whatever. So this is a parasite that never dies. Okay, I think we die already, but this parasite still on. Okay, you can see so many cats around. Okay, so this is a pathogenic parasite in humans for sure. Okay, I think as you know already, is not much problem in immunocompetence. Okay, so that's why they call it as a low pathogenicity. Okay, but once they become this kind of the immunocompromises, or even in the fetus, that toxoplasma can be violent. Okay, can be violent, and high pathogenicity also is there. I think this about genotyping, I'm not going to talk so much because one thing that is not really can give 100% as a clinical diagnosis as such. Okay, and then mainly a research work only. Okay. And then in the fetus itself, is a high pathogenicity, particularly in the first trimester and the last trimester of pregnancy. Okay, and this is more in the clinical relevance. Okay, but however, I think that on this is very important that we have to know that we have to be clear cut between immunocompetence and also immunocompromised and fetus. Okay, so this is a toxoplasma that can play their role actually as such. Okay, so toxoplasmosis, I think prevention is better than cure. So in order to make sure that we go to the process, okay, not just only we prevent ourselves, the diagnosis as well, okay, can help us, okay, to prevent further complications, okay, at the same time. So you can see in the prenatal screening, you use the serology as the baseline screening, okay, and then you use the hygienic prevention as well, and you have a prenatal treatment, okay, if it's confirmed, okay, and prenatal diagnosis at the same time. So that's why that the medical diagnosis is very important, okay, in order to guide the doctor, okay, to make sure that the way that going to come to the definitive diagnosis is correct. Okay, it's correct, and then it's not going to have so much of the gap. Okay, in the postnatal screening. So what happened postnatal screening? They then so have it. It's supposed to confirm it. Okay, by all means of the diagnosis, then you have to treat the newborns. Yeah, there is no alternatives. Yeah, for this. I think pregnancy, I think it's very important. Okay, it's a care management. I think you make to have just like the whole story. You have to talk about the holistic, okay, treatments, okay, for the pregnancy. It's quite complicated. Okay, once the person that just a normal one and become pregnant, I think everything changed. Okay, everything changed. So I think you have to be careful. Just like this one. So they have some kind of the the drug of choices that they use it. Okay, though it may not related to the medical diagnosis, but however, I think that as I mentioned that laboratories come in, okay, not just only as a lab based, is a wet lab, okay, but can be dry lab as well, okay, just like ultrasounds or whatever. So it's come in, okay. So you can see that we can see on this kind of the what's happening in the fetus, particularly maybe more than a month already, okay, after the first trimester of pregnancy. You can see amniotic fluids, okay, you can test it in 14 weeks. Okay, on this in the prenatal, okay, it's a positive or negative. So what you do, okay, it's a positive, then you can treat, okay, if you for sure you treat, because amniotic fluid is something that is with them. So when it's happened, I think it's high chance of clinically confirmed of toxoplasmosis. Okay, and then that's how they differentiate between prenatal and postnatal follow-up. Also, you not just only see the prenatal, but you have to go a bit longer in order to make sure that they are in normalized, okay, conditions of toxoplasmosis. Okay, even when you give treatment also is quite long, within 1 year, okay, for the child. Okay, so this is how the standard drug of choice that they use it actually, okay, for toxoplasma infections, okay, in newborns. Yeah, okay, so this is very is something is very it's very crucial actually for the medical personnel, okay, not just the doctor, but also the medical technologies also will come in, okay. I think this is about postnatal treatment, reduce the burden of the disease. That's what I told you earlier, that when you talk about toxoplasma, you have to divide between infection rate and disease burden, okay, because even you have the infection, just like you have seroprevalence, so many studies have been done, okay, in you know, around the world, but nothing happens, okay, because they are asymptomatic mostly. Okay, and particularly if you really do it in not a high risk group of the population, so it's just only the sake of the research work, and that's, you know, that's how you're going to implement it later. That is another story. Okay, so usually you have no treatment. It's support antenatal, postnatal. Okay, they may, you know, they use it. Okay, it's depend that what the situations that you get is, and then they will treat, okay, accordingly. Okay, so this is the part that I think is very important. For the conclusion, I think conclusion, and with another works that I want to show why it's this way. Okay, you're talking about conclusion of the way forward. What happened with the serology actually? Serology actually lack of the quality control for the commercial kit, because you can see that sensitivity and specificity is vary. It depends on where it's produced, okay, from different companies, okay, and then it's not really conclusive, okay. You really have to do based on the protocol, okay. So usually it's you know, serology is just like one of the branch of the host immune state, that only it's just a part only for toxoplasma infection, okay, that you know. Okay, so this is the based on our work. Okay, we feel that toxoplasma infection, we compare it, okay, with a different test kit, okay, between a pregnant woman and HIV patients, okay, from Songkran Nakharin, Prince of Songkran University. And what we see from here, what we learn as well, okay, and what is the real situation when you talk about the serology. Okay, so you can see that this on the what they call the pregnant women's, okay, HIV. You can see we have the dye test at you know, as the reference test, and we have the two kits, okay. But you can see the differences how they give the result, okay, the result. And then this is another one, the test kit as well, okay. And you can see that how the not consistent of the result from the test kit, but how you're going to make sure that on this is correct, on this is the right answer, okay, that you need to give to the doctors, okay. So from this paper that we publish it, we learned that no significant difference of toxoplasma seropositive, okay, now between these two, you know, two group of the population, okay. And dye test we use as a gold standard with the two commercial kit, ELISA 1 and 2. Okay, but you can see that's how the difference is. There were significant difference obtained for toxoplasma seroprevalence, but that's all right. But ELISA kit were most likely shown high false positive result. This is something is very concerned, and I think we should take a serious consideration. Okay, I think this method mostly we use it in the routine, or it's just like screening test. Okay, that's why alternative for IgG avidity is very important. Okay, and this support is the clinically confirmed. I think molecular technique also should come into considerations. Okay, I think the most important clinical evidence. Okay, that's what I always, you know, convey message to the medical doctors, okay, particularly in the postgraduate medical students, that if you really want to have a real confirmation, or what they call it, definite diagnosis of toxoplasmosis, you not just only rely only laboratory, but you have to go both between laboratory and also with the clinical relevance, okay, and that's how you make sure that you don't have any kind of the problems in the diagnosis, okay? So no misdiagnosis at the end of the day, okay? So a clinician can confirm the diagnosis properly, okay? Another one is that you're talking about the PCR, okay? I think PCR, you know that everywhere, so they have nowadays, they have just like the family of the PCR, okay? But however, some drawback is there, lack of standardization, variable performance, wide variety of the primers that have been used, okay? And they have few comparative tests, okay? And has not yet achieved a sufficient level of sensitivity, okay? Because that's what just like serology, you produce by your own company, you also keep one of the different you know, protocol, Okay, so that is the one of the reasons why PCR also is a significant improvement actually. Particularly, is suppose you want to do it in the prenatal, in the congenital infection, and in acute, okay, acute phase of any toxoplasmosis, and that's also increased, just like pregnant women with immunocompromised, conditions. Yeah. So this is the PCR methods. I think it's feasible or not for the confirmed diagnosis. I think it's feasible if suppose your lab had this kind of the PCR machine in your lab, so you can use it. I think have no problems. Yeah, you can see that PCR family, there is a group of the PCR that they use it actually. It's a primary, it's a nested, it's the multiplex, or it's the real-time PCR. Okay, they also use it in the clinical related. I emphasize about clinically related, okay, not just only for the sake of the infection rate. And I will have some observation for this, okay. I will mention later. Yeah. So this is a long history actually about the PCR. Actually, they started since 80s, okay, in 1980s, and then they have some kind. This is real time. I think real time is a bit okay. Real time since, but it's not too, but far away from us, and I think it's very high sensitivity. Okay, you can see the gene target. Actually, they have quite difference of the gene target for toxoplasma that they use, but the one that seems to be very good and give very high confirmation is about B1 genes, okay, and Rep529. Okay, I think I'm lucky actually. I have one student actually now that's studying in Taiwan. Yeah, in Syndica, all right, is one of the very famous, okay, institutions in Taiwan, that he also be able to generate this kind of the gene targets, okay, what of the VB1 genes for toxoplasma during his internship with us, yeah, in University of Malaya. And this is about multi-center study of PCR performance from the 33 labs from 17 countries, that you can see that you generated from here conventional, nested, and also real-time PCR. They come to the conclusion that conventional PCR was the least sensitive, okay, compared to the qPCR. I think qPCR and nested also sensitivity is quite similar, okay, it's quite similar, but nested PCR can give this false positive, okay, but this is true. This is true, I think, based on my work, okay, because last time when we did the study, okay, on toxoplasmosis in another group of the patient, psychological disorder, and then we did this nested PCR, and we found that in our lab, it turned out to be positive. We also do genotyping as well, and genotyping so come out quite well. But just because of I am the one that feel that I like to observe, okay, that's my habits. So I feel that I want to confirm this, okay. I send this on the test kit that is a positive to France, okay, because France, as we know, they have a multi-center study. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. You have 5 more minutes.
Okay, Ken. Okay, so this is the one that you can see that the nested PR can give false positive result because of they are duplicate. Okay, they are duplicate DNA. So that's why when you get more DNA, definitely you will get the result. Okay, but in fact that it may not be a real, okay, figure that's originated to be. Okay, so this is the one. This is also prenatal diagnosis also that we can see, right? They use a different gene targets, okay, for PCR, but B1 still be the main, and also the Rep529, okay, for qPCR that they use it. Okay, I think it's quite vary for the sensitivity. Okay, but however, we still prefer for the B1 and Rep529, okay, which can give very high sensitivity. So this is dependent which gene target that you want, yeah, and then you can use accordingly. This is also PCR that they use in various clinical samples, okay, in neonatal diagnosis, either in the placenta, okay, in the cord blood, okay, in the peripheral blood, okay, and you can see most of the study they use these two, yeah, these two, that is quite common, and they think that it's can give quite good sensitivity, and then can confirm the diagnosis later on. Yeah, so this is the one. This is the inocular toxoplasmosis. Okay, you can get from the on this aqueous humor, okay, on the fluids and even in the blood. But you can see that from the blood also they use the B1 gene targets, but it's not too good. Yeah, it's not too good sensitivity. Okay, but it's still they use it for the B1 genes, yeah, and the lab. 529 at the same time. I think they have molecular development, they have the sample and purposes, okay, that I feel that is very important nowadays. They have many, many protein zero diagnosis as well at the same time, okay, and then the extraction methods that we use it. I think we also developed this microwave, okay, heat treatments, okay, for toxoplasma, conducted in the time that I was in University of Malaya, and seems to be very good. I think at the end of the day, let's get back to the basic, just like Prof. Tina ever said, education is very important in order to make sure that do not, not be too costly. I think when you talk about on this diagnostic, it's very costly, and I think patients so may not be really can afford, okay, to pay all this kind of the, of the lab test that you're going to be to provide to them, even though it's very good, okay, even though it's very good, it's very effective, okay. So this is about knowledge and practice. I think Prof. Tina mentioned it, okay. We have from Malaysia, Philippines, and Thailand, and we turn out to be it's very interesting. Okay, that most of the pregnant women doesn't know about toxoplasma. I think that's a very sad part actually for the study. So prevention is better than cure. I think we have this version in Indonesian language, we have more than 10 languages actually that we want to try to distribute, okay, for toxo care, okay, for pregnant women, okay. That's we think is very helpful, okay, in that sense. So with this, I thank you very much for your kind attentions, and then I'm glad to support any questions that we can share, okay, later.
Thank you very much, Dr. Feranut. We have selected 3 questions for you.
Yes.
And I will read one question and then you answer directly. The first question is from wait a minute. Yeah. From Kuntum Ekawati Nurdin from Poltekkes Kemenkes Kupang, Indonesia. The question is, why is microscopic examination not considered as good standard on toxoplasmosis diagnosis, even though we can find the tachyzoid in the blood sample, and it is cheaper? It is cheaper, isn't it? So I repeat, maybe I may say in other, we can detect the tachyzoid in blood sample. It is cheaper. Yeah. And why this method cannot be gold standard for toxoplasmosis diagnosis? That's the question.
Yes, okay, that's a very good question actually, because when you talk about parasite, right? When you talk about parasite detection, one of the most important is about microscopic examinations, right? And then I think this is a gold standard that they use it actually in order to identify the parasite. Yeah, I agree with you, but I think it's not practical. It's not practical, particularly when you want to talk about on this toxoplasma, okay, in the medical, as far as medical, okay, medically diagnostic is concerned. I think antibody is more important. So it's impossible that you use this, microscopic, yeah. I think, and also it takes time, yeah. And usually microscopic, you use it for the in vivo study. It means that you have to infect the mice, right? You aim to infect the mice, you just say the dye test itself, okay? So the dye test actually, for me, I don't know other. For me, I'm quite reserved with the animal uses. I think that after test, just like the ELISA and confirm with the avidity is more helpful in the diagnosis, particularly in pregnant women and even in other group of population, compared to the microscopic that is not practical.
So it is not practical. It is clear answer. The next question is again from Sofian Pardomuan, University Maritim Raja Ali Haji. The question is, what are the consequences of a wrong diagnosis? And I want to ask about pregnant women with the possibility of new infection, whether they should research the IgG-AVDT test and or IgA in the same time, in the same area.
Could you please repeat again for the first questions?
Yeah. What are the consequences of a wrong diagnosis? Okay, the point is wrong diagnosis, and then I want to ask
Okay.
about pregnant women, the possibility of new infection, whether they should research the IgG avidity or IgA in the same area.
You talk about the consequence of the wrong diagnosis. Actually, it shouldn't be happen, right? It shouldn't be happen. That's what I feel that I feel that now when we do the laboratory diagnosis, okay, you do first, okay, you do first, and then if you do it properly, okay, especially in pregnant women, yeah, you have IgG. IgG is no problem because you know that it's a chronic infection, it's latent infections, okay? But it's suppose you have both positive and then you use avidity. So they shouldn't have any kind of the wrong interpretations, okay? So they shouldn't have any consequences, okay? But if you talk about the wrong diagnosis with consequences, I think that's a very sad story actually, you know? And I think that's, you know, it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary. It shouldn't be happens. Okay, that's what I mentioned that before you go to the wrong diagnosis, you have to make sure that your laboratory diagnosis as well as a clinically confirmed, you know, feature of toxoplasmosis should become side by side. Okay, and that's how you talk about the right diagnosis. I think we should go with the right diagnosis, not the wrong diagnosis. Actually, as such, for me, yeah. So I think that the consequence shouldn't be happens. Yeah. We suppose you know, we have in the right direction of the, you know, diagnosis of toxoplasma infections. Yeah. And number two, you talk about the how it's impossible. I think it's impossible you can get the infections. Okay, though it might not be very common. Okay, very common. Yeah. But however, I think you know, we also have to take a precautions of that. Yeah, precaution. So that's why I think prevention is better than cure. So I think that especially in pregnant women, I think it's quite dilemma. Okay, you suppose first time you don't have it, you know, you have a zero negative, you can be zero conversions. Okay, when you suppose you already have zero positive, and then you may not have the problems, okay, particularly IgG, but if suppose you are become immunocompromised, you can be reactivated, okay, by itself, okay, of toxoplasma gondii. So this is it's a different thing. It's a different you know, point that's you know, we have to really have a clear understanding of this. Yeah. So I think this is the one that I feel that I can share with you.
Okay, the point is wrong diagnosis should not be happened. Thank you very much for your answer. The last question is from Fanny Mardiansa, Head Polytechnic of Palembang, Indonesia. The question is, as we know that test for toxoplasmosis is not part of the standard routine test for pregnant women. And toxoplasmosis itself sometimes symptomatic and sometimes asymptomatic. So when pregnant women may go to the lab for the detection, what is there any criteria for this or not? That's the question.
Oh, yes. I think when you talk about the screening program, I think this refer to the screening program. I think it's not very commonly used, okay, in Asian country. Screening program, actually they use it in European, okay, so because of they have high infection rate, okay, particularly in you know, France or other areas, neighboring country of France. In Asia itself, I think it's depend on the doctor. It's suppose, let's say that in Malaysia, okay, in Malaysia, they will have this kind of the screening program for toxoplasma in University of Malaya, okay, because I think that because one the thing that they have the research on toxoplasma, and they know that they have the tendency to get this kind of the infections. So I think it's depend on your own what they call is policy makers, okay, in the hospital, that is either you is acceptable or not for toxoplasma to be one of the torch infections, okay, before during you know, when they come for the antenatal checkup. So I think this is all depend on the your policy. But for me, I feel that it's very important. Yeah, it's very important for the screening program for toxoplasma. As far as Asian pregnant woman is concerned, I think that's still in needs. Okay, though I think that maybe about the cost effective, I do not know. that there is but for I'm not sure for hospital in Indonesia, either it's a free course or not, or it's you know, the pregnant women have to pay on this. Yeah, but screening program still, I think, is a mandatory.
Thank you. In Indonesia, in test for pregnant women. Yeah, I agree with you. It is. Thank you very much, Doctor, for your presentation. The next is we would like to share certificate. Yeah, certificate given virtual. We are very
Thank you very
grateful,
much.
Dr. Feranud Nisapaton, and we hope and make a good collaboration in the next future with different topic in different room. Thank you very much, Dr. Feranud.
Okay.
Okay, that's all for the second presentation. Thank you very much to Dr. Viranud Nisapaton. The next session is presentation by Indonesian speaker. Dr. Franciscus Octavius Hari Prasetyadi, SPOGK, from Surabaya, about analysis and interpretation of Toxoplasma serological test results. To Bapak M. Ihsan Tarmizi, time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. We are going to go to the third session. Bapak Franciscus Octavius Hari Prasetyadi, Dr. SPOG, konsultan. Bapak Franciscus, apakah sudah ada di tempat?
Sudah, Bapak. Terima kasih.
Baik, Dr. Franciscus, sebelum kita mulai, saya akan membacakan kurikulum PT Bapak. Namun tidak semua saya bacakan, karena terlalu banyak dan luas pengalamannya, Pak. Ya. Jadi nama Franciscus Octavius Hari Prasetyadi, dokter spesialis obstetrik ginekologi, konsultan, lahir di Surabaya, bulan Oktober, tanggal 25 tahun 1966, alamat di Laguna Kejauhan Putri Barat, Surabaya, Indonesia. Beliau lulusan dari, educational background-nya adalah Medical Faculty, Universitas Airlangga, Surabaya, Military Formation Course, Kodikal Surabaya, Hyperbaric Medicine Course, Kodikal Surabaya, French Language Intensive Course, Jakarta, École d'Application de Santé de la Marine, Toulon, France, Specialty in Obstetric and Gynecology, Universitas Airlangga, Alcohol and Drug Program Advisor course dari Perth, Australia, Fellowship in Minimal Access Surgery, New Delhi, Subspecialty in Maternal Fetal Medicine, Universitas Airlangga, Maternal Fetal Medicine Fellowship, University of Adelaide, Australia, and job career, Head Clinic Marine Corps Formation, Surabaya, Staff Member, Health Center Formation and Training Center of Navy, Kodikal, Surabaya, Head of Dr. Ilyas Naval Hospital, Tarakan East, Kalimantan, and Head of Subdep Obstetric and Gynecology, Dr. Ramlan Naval Hospital, Surabaya, Head of Department Mother and Child, Dr. Ramlan Naval Hospital, Surabaya, Head of Discipline Obstetric and Gynecology, Medical Faculty of Hang Tuah University, Vice Chief Medical Service of Dr. Ramalan Naval Hospital, Medicine Agri Part 1, Medicine Agri Part L'Ambassade de France and Indonesia, approved doctor by French Embassy, Indonesia, and the last visiting lecturer for postgraduate program in clinical pharmacy, Universitas Surabaya, Indonesia. Dr. Franciscus, the same as before. The time is for you is 40 minutes, your presentation, and we continue with question and answer for 10 minutes. The time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, first of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the Director of the Polytechnic of Health Sciences in Palembang, and also the organizing committee for inviting me to take part in this important international meeting. Well, the benefit of being the third speaker, I think, is that the topic that I will present is has already been discussed by the previous two lecturers, Professor Tina and Professor Nisa Parton. So it's a kind of a summary maybe. So I would try to explain some about the toxoplasmosis serologic test, most especially during pregnancy. I'm sorry, you can see my screen already?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So when we talk of toxoplasmosis, it relates also always in our brain with the term torch infection that consists of toxoplasmosis, other infection, rubella, cytomegalovirus, and herpes simplex virus. But this term is now kind of obsolete as other agents are important, as mentioned by the previous speakers, like HIV. And also when we talk of this infection during pregnancy, there are some types of infection that might cause congenital infections. One of them is toxoplasmosis. The others are mentioned in this screen: rubella, cytomegalovirus, and parvovirus B19. So I would talk not in detail, as already mentioned by Professor Tina, that toxoplasmosis is quite common, raising concern. I think maybe it is not anymore, but some time ago, it raised concern among pregnant women, and it caused widespread phobia. The parasite name is Toxoplasma gondii, and most of the person who are infected by this disease are usually asymptomatic. So this is the 3 stages of life cycle of Toxoplasma, being the tachyzoid is the form of the infectious one, because it invades cells and replicate, and the pictures show that the ultrastructure of the tachyzoid form. And here is the picture under the microscope, as you can see. Yeah, this one is the tachyzoid, under the microscope. The life cycle of this toxoplasmosis, of this toxoplasma, has mentioned already by previous speakers, with the definitive host the cats, and where the cats during acute infections, they may pass the unsporulated cyst via their feces, and then within a few days, this oocyst may become sporulated, and when it is ingested by some intermediate host or human, then it may become infection. And if the person who ingests this oocyst is being pregnant, then it may cause the risk to transmit the infection into the fetus. So there are also some other type of animals that can be the definitive or main host of this toxoplasma. And as mentioned also by Professor Nisa Parton, this oocyst, the sporulated oocyst may persist, become infectious within the environment I mean the warm and humid environment. So the big picture of the congenital infection when we talk of toxoplasmosis in pregnancy is to decide whether the infection occurred during pregnancy or in the past previous time before. As we know that in the first trimester, this is the period of organogenesis. So this is the crucial time when someone being pregnant is infected by the toxoplasma in the first trimester. They pose the greatest risk to the fetus. So the matter is, sorry, when the positivity of infection, we have to decide whether it is a distant past infection or a recent one to be able to decide whether the fetus is at risk or not. The transmission, the type of transmission by taking or ingesting the raw or undercooked meat, and then the vertical transmission during pregnancy, and the ingestion of items contaminated by infected cat feces, especially. The incubation period lasts about 1 to 3 weeks, and also we recognize reactivation of toxoplasmosis, but fortunately, it occurs only in immunosuppressed groups such as HIV infection. And the common site of reactivation of this infection is the interference of central nervous system. So what is the clinical presentation? As it is already mentioned before, the majority of the infected patients are asymptomatic, and it consists of more than 80% of cases. And the symptoms are usually not severe. So it's a kind of influenza-like illness with low-grade fever for a few days, and some other symptoms like headache, myalgia, pharyngitis, hepatosplenomegaly, and so on. And the most important one is the lymphadenopathy, the most common symptoms that may exist in the infected patients. Whereas when we talk of the infection to immunocompromised patient, the clinical symptoms might be more severe, as encephalitis, chorioretinitis, and the general signs that might all impact on the mental behavior and mental deprivation, and because of focal neurologic deficit as well. During pregnancy, also most of them are asymptomatic. Some minority may experience the other symptoms as mentioned here, the lymphadenopathy and the visual disturbance, visual loss of floaters due to the chorioretinitis. What do we do with the lab? The screening. I'm sorry, maybe it is a bit different from Professor Nisa Parton mentioned. The majority of countries are not they do not recommend the routine screening in pregnancy, although it is very important, as mentioned by the previous speaker. But for the immunocompromised patient, I think it is an indication for performing or doing the lab screening. In the pregnancy, the frequency of fetal vertical transmission is different from the timing of the infection, of the onset of the infection. In the first trimester, the possible vertical transmission is about 15%. In the second trimester, 44%. In the third trimester, about 71%. So the more advanced the gestational age, the more likely the vertical transmission into the fetus might happen. But however, the severity of the disease will be less. But there is some literature, a study, I think, that might say differently with this one, as it is regarding the certain type of atypic strain of Toxoplasma gondii. On the other hand, the congenital transmission due to reactivation of latent or chronic infection of Toxoplasma gondii is quite rare, and it only happens in the immunocompromised pregnant women. So when is it the time to do the test? The first, as we talk of pregnant women, so there are two sides, the mother and the fetus. So firstly is when we see a suspicion, a clinical suspicion of acute infection in the mother, such as fever and cervical lymphadenopathy, bilateral, and persist for a few weeks, for example. On the other hand, during the ultrasound examination in the fetus, we see intracranial calcification or cerebral ventricular dilatation, a sign of hydrocephaly in the fetus. Then this is an indication to perform such a test for toxoplasmosis. In some countries, as it was also mentioned by Professor Nisa Patron, in France and Austria, they recommend a serial serologic screening during pregnancy. So they ask for a monthly basis screening for everyone who is pregnant. But this is not the case with the other countries, as the incidence of toxoplasmosis are not quite as high as in these countries. Of course, this lab testing is very important, but we need to be very careful in applying the result into a clinical situation, because the patient's presentation should be put into consideration in deciding, in making a clinical judgment. We recognize there are some modalities, some diagnostic modalities, serologic assay, ELISA, IFA, and also the DT test, the dye test. And then we also recognize the molecular-based technique, the PCR, and the histopathology, although it is very rare, due to the problem of getting the sample. So it is a very simple explanation about the serological profile. It's much simpler than the graph that has been shown by previous speaker. So once we get infection, the first response would be the IgM, of course, within 1 week. It may be peaking, and then subsequently it will decrease. But we see here, there are variation between person to person. When is the timing of the decreasing titer of the IgM in the serum or in the blood? And in some people, it may persist for quite a long time, months and even years, about 2 years. After 1 or 2 weeks later, the IgG will appear, will be able to be detected, and then will be peaking about 6 to 8 weeks, and then will subsequently decrease, but may persist for a lifelong. So the important thing to be kept in mind that the IgM, this IgM may take months or longer, may persist, may still be detected for even almost 2 years. Whereas the IgG, about the IgG, I already mentioned, but the important thing is this IgG titer does not correlate with the proximity of infection and the severity of illness. So how do we interpret the serologic test of toxoplasmosis? When we get a result of negative IgM, so that means that acute infection is highly unlikely, even in the presence of lymphadenopathy, for example. But it should be repeated, if the test was obtained within 1 week of the developing symptoms and the clinical suspicion remains high. So we should ask for another test of this IgM. On the other hand, the false negative is quite rare, except for the immunodeficiency and immunocompromised patients. So we have to be careful. because I have ever got a patient some time ago, which was who was very anxious. She had already one kid and keen to have another kid, so she was keen to get pregnant. But every time she went to the lab and get the result of her IgM was still positive, even after 2 years after being diagnosed of toxoplasmosis previously. So this is very important. Yeah. So what if the result, both IgM and IgG are positive? It is a suggestive condition of acute infection, of course, with the signs and symptoms of primary toxoplasmosis. But the certainty of the diagnosis, yeah, if IgG appears in repeat testing, so when we repeat the test and then after 2 or 3 weeks later, then the IgG becomes positive, then it gives us a certain diagnostic criteria. On the other hand, if the IgM remains positive after 2 or 3 weeks, where the IgG remains negative, then we can consider it as a false positive due to the cross reaction with some other factors like rheumatoid factors, anti-nuclear antibody, and non-specific binding in vitro. So when the IgM is positive or equivocal, ideally we should ask for a confirmatory test sent to experienced reference lab, but I'm not sure whether we have one in our country in Indonesia, but maybe Professor Nisa Paton has one in Thailand or maybe in Malaysia, I'm not sure. So in the setting where it is important to determine whether the IgM is true or false positive result in pregnancy, then we should go further for further examination of the test. Yeah. Now the other situation where we get IgM and IgG both positive. This is common seen in acute infection, but beware, as I mentioned before, that the IgM antibodies may persist for quite a long time, even years after primary infection. So whenever we get the IgM antibody positive for toxoplasmosis, yeah, we must always be careful by combining with the other parameters in the clinical context. So what to do? As mentioned before by the previous speaker as well, we are advised to do a further test. In this case, we might ask for IgG avidity testing. Yeah. What for? The importance in the context of pregnant women, we need to be certain that the infection occurred before or during pregnancy. That's the important one, because we will talk about the possible congenital infection, the transmission of the infection into the fetus. Well, when we get a high IgG avidity result, so we are 100% sure that this is a chronic infection. That means that the infection took place before 4 months previously, yeah? 4 months old, more than 4 months old. So if the test is taken during the first trimester in pregnancy, then we are sure that the lady, the pregnant woman, is free of toxoplasmosis. On the other hand, if the avidity is low, so it is not a diagnostic of recent infection. Why? Because this IgG avidity revealed to be persist for years in some women. So we need to go further for further examination. Of course, we are able to do it in the reference lab, but that might not be the case in our country, as I'm not sure whether we have a reference lab in our country in Indonesia. So we need to be cautious in thinking of other things, how to manage the patient. So this is as a summary, the IgM and IgG result. If both are negative, then it is no infection, so no further testing is advised. If the IgG is positive during first or second trimester, the infection might acquired before the present pregnancy. On the other hand, if the IgM is positive or equivocal, it needs a confirmatory testing. And also when we get both positive result of the IgM and IgG. But we need to take into consideration the other factors such as gestational age, means when we got the sample for the testing, and also the reason for testing, and the presence of any abnormalities found during pregnancy. So as it is mentioned before, there exists some additional testing: confirmatory IgM testing, avidity testing, agglutination, PCR, and histopathology. This slide shows some summary of algorithm. So it is advised that if we want to screen a pregnant woman, we'd better do it early in the first trimester, because if we do it later in the late second or early third trimester, we might get confused in interpreting the result. In the first trimester, if the IgG and IgM result are both negative, then we are quite sure that it is a non-infection. But we need to go for follow-up testing. Some countries might advise repeat testing during the second and third trimester, whereas in France, for example, they will do the screening every month during the whole pregnancy. So if the result is IgM negative and IgG positive, so we need to be certain when was the sample taken. If it is taken less than 18 weeks of gestation, then infection might be in the past. So the risk of congenital transmission is essentially zero. But if the test is undertaken after 18 weeks of gestation, then it might be quite complicated, because we need to establish a further investigation. If the result, if our conclusion that the infection took place before 18 weeks of gestation, then no further action required. But on the other hand, if there is a quite good high suspicion after 18 weeks, then we need to be to move forward for further tests. If the IgM is positive and IgG negative, we are asked to repeat the test within 1 or 3 weeks later, and we can see the rest of the algorithm. Well, okay, I go for the next slide. This is just to show you what is going to what the reference lab is going to do. I got an example of the reference lab in the US. It is a Palo Alto Medical Foundation. So they might choose any of the combination tests, like for example IgG, IgM, and avidity, and also the more complex one. Then they will give advice whether the situation is acute, chronic, or maybe even equivocal, and then they will give advice for the result of regarding the result of the test. Well, as a summary, first trimester screening is preferable during pregnancy, and we better ask for both IgM and IgG, because if we ask only one of them, we might still go further for the next test. If the IgM is equivocal or positive, it needs a further confirmatory test. A TSP, we call it, Toxoplasma serological profile at a reference lab. And about the IgG avidity, as I mentioned before, high avidity result give us a hallmark that the infection took place far before pregnancy if it is taken in the first trimester. But low avidity, should mandate us to do further investigation. The IgM may persist for more than 1 year following acute infection, and seronegativity warrants repeated tests each trimester. I'm talking about the ideal way. So if the suspicion of infection occurs in a pregnancy, then we may go further. If we don't have a reference lab, you don't have the access to go to further test in a reference lab, then we can go for amniocentesis at about 18 weeks, 16 to 20 weeks, to ask for a PCR test, for molecular test. And also, we can also perform ultrasound, serial ultrasound examination. Ideally, every month, we do it every month if a suspected or proven infection during pregnancy exists. And we will seek for any abnormality of the fetus to find out whether there is any vertical transmission, congenital infection, any signs of hydrocephaly, any calcification in the brain or liver, and also hepatomegaly, ascites, and echogenic bowel. Although these signs are not merely owned by toxoplasmosis. So this is just to show you the ultrasound images. This is the normal head appearance during ultrasound. You can see this is the lateral ventricle, which is normal, but in affected fetus, it may becomes like this. There is an enlargement of the lateral ventricle, and it's a sign of hydrocephaly. So what is the management? The management usually is aimed at preventing the congenital toxoplasmosis, preventing the more severe situation or condition of the fetus if the transmission occurs. So if the diagnosis is made up before 18 weeks of gestation, so the drug of choice is not the drug of choice of actually spiramycin is preferable to be given to the patient. And also we are asked to perform serial fetal ultrasound and also PCR by amniocentesis by taking the amniotic fluid at about 18 weeks. And if the result is negative and ultrasound are negative, some might continue spiramycin, some others might advise to stop the spiramycin. But I myself would prefer continuing the spiramycin because of any possible transmission after we do the amniocentesis. So after the PCR examination, there is still possibility of some transmission. If the suspicion takes place after 18 weeks of gestation, then the drug of choice, the combination, the regimen of choice are pyrimethamine, sulfadiazine with additional folinic acid to prevent side effects caused by pyrimethamine, that is bone marrow suppression. And also we have to go for fetal ultrasound and also PCR. If the result is negative, then we consider to switch to spiramycin, because of less side effects. Or in some situation, we may continue the same regimen. But if the result is positive, then we continue the therapy with this regimen until delivery. And after delivery, we still have to tell the pediatrician to go further the proper management for the neonates. So for the active toxoplasmosis infection, spiramycin in the early trimester is less teratogenic rather than combination of pyrimethamine, sulfadiazine, and folinic acid. This is the combination we can give after in this starting the second trimester. And it is ideally that the treatment should be initiated less than 3 weeks from seroconversion to get benefit of therapeutic window of opportunity. This is just to show you the doses of this medication and the prevalence of congenital toxoplasmosis. Yeah, 23% of adolescent and 15% among young women. But the most cases are asymptomatic, but we have to be because of long-term sequelae that may become obvious in months or years later. Yeah, the classic triad has been mentioned by the previous speaker of congenital toxoplasmosis, chorioretinitis, hydrocephaly, or even microcephaly, and then intracranial calcification. So blindness and mental disability are the clinical appearance of neonates or children affected by toxoplasmosis. Yeah, this is just to show you a sample of case with a microcephaly with a diagnosis of toxoplasmosis during pregnancy. Yeah. So the preventive measure has been told by the first speaker, so I don't want to go further about this. So washing hands is the ultimate thing that we should do. Moreover, during this COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah. Well, I think that's all I can give for my presentation, and I'm very sorry for any inconvenience caused by my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Doc. You have 10 minutes to finish your speak if you need it.
I think there's nothing more to tell you. Then we can go for a discussion as it has been already a bit delayed. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will start the first question. The first question is from Tarmizi, Palembang. In your slide, the detection of toxoplasmosis, is better to do in the first trimester because it has greater risk to the fetus. But in your other slide, the frequency of vertical transmission increases with gestational age, 70% at 36 weeks. Why not test or detect the serological diagnosis in the last trimester? That's the question.
Yeah. So I go directly to answer the question.
Yes, one by one.
Well, yeah. Why is it advised to perform a serologic test as a screening in the first trimester? Because this is the critical period when someone is getting infected by toxoplasmosis and in pregnancy, I mean, then even if the risk of the transmission into the fetus is less, but the effect, the impact of this infection, if it happens, is quite severe for the fetus. Then the notion is that we need to take opportunity to prevent further damage of this infection into the fetus. Yeah, that's the notion why we should do the serologic test as a screening in the first trimester. Whereas in the third trimester, let's say 36, 37 weeks in the term pregnancy, the transmission of this toxoplasmosis is much higher, but the impact of this congenital infection is much less. Yeah, means that the fetus might become, the neonate might become asymptomatic, although it needs a further investigation up to 1 or 2 years after birth, yeah, to seek for any possible manifestation of this toxoplasmosis. Yeah, so that's my answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. maybe you should unmute your microphone, please.
Sorry.
Yes.
The next question is from Andri Setia Kusumastanto from Pantiwaluyo Hospital. I have a question. If toxoplasmosis with IgG positive, is it sure that the antibody is built or not? And then, if the antibody is produced or positive, so we can continue to pregnancy program without waiting for the negative result.
Yes. So we are talking about the when someone is keen to get pregnant, yeah,
yes,
to get pregnant. So if the pre-conceptional screening result reveals that IgG is positive when the IgM is negative, then we are sure that there is no recent infection of the woman. Then she can go for the pregnancy directly. So no need to worry. Yeah, that's my answer.
Thank you. The last question is from Fitri Padilla, Mataram University. The question is it a fact that if a woman already infected with toxoplasma before her pregnancy, their bodies will produce some antibody for the virus, so our body can be healed itself?
Sorry, please, could you repeat it once again, please?
Okay. Is it a fact or not that if a woman has already been infected with toxoplasmosis before her pregnancy, their bodies will produce some antibody for the virus, so our body can be healed itself?
Yeah, so if someone is infected by this toxoplasma, yeah, then of course, if he or she is immunocompetent, then the production of antibody will appear, the IgM first and then the IgG subsequently. And of course, this IgG shows a defense mechanism that is produced by the body. And of course, if it is quite good, the person is quite immunocompetent, then he or she might not show any symptoms of this infection. But a small correction that it is not a virus, but it is a parasite.
That's all?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay, I think that has answered the question from Fitri Padilla, and we have ended the third session with Dr. Franciscus from Rumah Sakit Angkatan Laut Magelang, Surabaya. Thanks for your presentation, Dr. Franciscus. Now we would like to give you a certificate. Would you like to share the certificate, committee? Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Franz Octavius Haripras, for your contribution for our webinar today. We would like to call you again, to invite you again to our next webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That's all from Dr. Franciscus Octavius Hari Prasetyadi, SPOGK. Thank you very much, sir. The last presentation is from our lecturer, Medical Laboratory Technology, Health Polytechnic Palembang, Bapak Dian Ade Biango Nawe, SST M Biomed, about overview of toxoplasma infection in Indonesia. To Bapak M. Ihsan Tarmizi, time is yours.
Mr. Ihsan,
I don't hear your voice.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, participants, we have finished with 3 speakers. The first one is from Philippines. The second one is from Thailand. The third one is from Indonesia, Surabaya. But the last one is
India. No.
From our city, Palembang. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Our last speaker is the lecturer of Health Polytechnic of Palembang. He is young lecturer, and then his name is Dian Adi Bianggo Nawe. The students call him Pa Anggo. Yeah. But date of birth Palembang, December 26, 1982. He lives in Palembang. Now he is a lecturer of Medical Laboratory Technology, Health Polytechnic of Palembang. And he finished his studies from Health Polytechnic of Palembang, associate degree in Medical Laboratory Technology Department. And then he finished his bachelor in Medical Laboratory Technology Department from Health Polytechnic of Bandung, Indonesia. And the last, he finished his master's degree from Magister Medical Science in Parasitology, Medical Faculty, University of Sriwijaya, Palembang. Pak Anggo, are you ready there?
Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah. We give you 40 minutes to deliver your speech, to deliver your presentation, and then we continue 10 minutes with question and answer, and then we will share certificate, and then we close our session.
Okay.
To Pak Anggo, the time is yours.
Okay, Mr. Isan, thank you. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, but it is a little bit echo. Yeah.
Echo. Wait a minute.
Maybe because of your headset.
Oh yeah. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, all praise is to Allah. Thanks to Allah for blessing us until today. We still even healthy during this COVID-19 pandemic. Salawat and salam always for our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And first of all, in this opportunity, I would like to thank Director of Health Polytechnic of Palembang for this opportunity to let me participate in this international event. And then I also would like to congratulate, happy anniversary, happy 20th anniversary for our Department of Medical Laboratory Technology, Health Polytechnic of Palembang. Okay, as the last speaker, maybe there are some similar things in my presentation. I hope it doesn't matter for the participant. I will start my presentation. It's about the overview of toxoplasmosis in Indonesia. Our previous speakers have given so much information about toxoplasmosis globally in the world. and then the diagnostic and so on, and so many valuable information for us. Now I want to deliver the overview restricted in Indonesia. Okay, as mentioned before, toxoplasmosis is caused by protozoan parasite named Toxoplasma gondii. In some reference, I saw YouTube, they pronounce it Toxoplasma gondii, like that. Okay. Yeah, let's talk about history. The parasite get the name from Greek word. It is toxon. Toxon is meaning arc or brow. It is referring the curved shape of the tachyzoid. As you can see in the slide, the curve with one end pointed and the other end is rounded. We can see this form of tachyzoid microscopically. So in the first session, I think, in the second session, Dr. Ferranot, there was a question about microscopic examination to consider as a good standard. Yeah, maybe because it is a parasite disease, the same like malaria, maybe filaria, which is diagnosed with microscopic and also maybe the serologic and other and molecular, but still do the microscopy. But from the speaker's answer, yeah, it is not practical for toxoplasmosis. And then in 1908, this parasite first described in a small rodent, small North American rodent named Stenodactylus gondii. That's why the parasite known as Toxoplasma gondii. Toxon for the shape and the gondii from the first host when it is described. Okay, again and again, you will see the life cycle. Yeah, it is the important part maybe for all disease, I think, all parasite disease. Yeah, so maybe I have to repeat it again with maybe some similar things. Okay, Prof. Christina have given the information about the life cycle of Toxoplasma gondii in the host, the definitive host, which is in the definitive host, there are two ways of reproduction. It is sexual reproduction and asexual reproduction. And the sexual reproduction, it is the most important part of the disease, because only in the definitive host, in this case is cats and the family, it occurs the sexual reproduction helped by some lipid, some chemistry thing in the intestine have been described before. Yeah, so finally it produces oocysts, which is past the vessels of the cat. From the oocysts, it will spread to another intermediate host, and which is for this disease, there are so many intermediate hosts, all animals, including humans. Okay, how the intermediate hosts can be infected also have been described by Prof. Tina. I will repeat it a little. How can human be infected? Yeah, it can be from the sporulotid oocyst when the human exposure. For example, when cleaning the cat litter box without security, like such as gloves. And then the other way, human can be infected by consuming undercooked or raw meat from intermediate hosts. As we know, in Indonesia, we have so many food, we have so many culinary made from animals, which has a role as an intermediate host of Toxoplasma gondii. For example, the intermediate host can be a sheep, yeah, also a chicken, and then pig, and so many. So if human consuming the undercooked and even raw meat, that's the way the human can be infected. The first infection is by oocyst, and then inside the human bodies, the oocyst develop into brachiozoid, and then tachyzoid, and then so on. The tachyzoid is the stage that can penetrate through the placenta. So if the pregnant woman is infected, it can affect the fetus because the tachyzoid can through the placenta. Okay. And the cycle can be repeated if the cat as a definitive host consuming another intermediate host, such as a rat or bird or raw meat from the intermediate host. Okay. Okay. It's the human toxoplasmosis is in Indonesia is up to 88%, according to Subekti et al. In 2006. The burden for toxoplasmosis data in Indonesia is there is no continuous data. I mean, there is no continuous research about this. So if we search the study about toxoplasmosis is in Indonesia, we can find the old study like this in 2006, and then there is no the newest study about toxoplasmosis. Okay. According to Papas et al. In 2009, human toxoplasmosis in Indonesia is more than 60%. More than 60%. Yeah, it's also too many. And Nurcahyo et al. In 2011, they declare that human toxoplasmosis in Indonesia is around 2 until 63%. And the latest study I found by SUDAH et al. In 2017 about human toxoplasmosis in Indonesia is around 50%. Okay, let's see the prevalence in some regions. In Jakarta, it's about 70%. But it is not the latest data. It is from study in 2003. And then it's around East Java maybe, about 64%. It's also old study. There is no latest study in this region. And then in South Sulawesi, 62% from 1987 study. That's what I said before. It is there is no continuous data that we can collect about toxoplasmosis in Indonesia. And then in Papua, there are 65% toxoplasmosis. In West Kalimantan, West Borneo, it's about 3%. And in Sumatra, there are 9% in North Sumatra exactly. And in the center Sulawesi, there are 27% toxoplasmosis. And in Manado, in South Sulawesi, the latest study, 2017, there are 58% toxoplasmosis. Mr. Isan, before I continue, should we continue or we have to break just a minute to hear the
Yes.
adhan?
And 2 minutes.
Okay, let's continue. Thank you for waiting. Animal toxoplasmosis. The previous speakers have told so much about toxoplasmosis in human, and I think this side of point of view from animal, yeah, it is important as well to discuss, since the animals, so many species of animal are also the intermediate hosts of Toxoplasma gondii. So yeah, it is the other side. I can see like that. The other side, we can see the overview from another side, that is animal toxoplasmosis. In Indonesia, 2011, Nur Cahyo et al. Declare that 35 until 73% cats was infected by toxoplasma. So I think it is a big number of infection. Okay, and as we know, the cats is the only definitive host. The cats and the family is the only definitive host. So it become important for us to know about toxoplasmosis in animals. In this case is the cat. Maybe my fellow medical laboratory technologists who works in health service, yeah, maybe you can focus on diagnostic in human, how to diagnose in pregnant woman. But I think this side for us as a researcher, as a lecturer, maybe it can be another thing to study, to research for the next importances in toxoplasmosis in Indonesia especially. And then in the sheep, Nur Cahyo also in 2011, they found around 11 until 61% of the sheep infected by toxoplasma. And in another region, still in Indonesia, in another province, there are 48% toxoplasmosis of the sheep in Lampung, in Sumatra, and then 61% in Kalimantan. It is 2011. And then chicken. It has also been discussed by Prof. Christina in Philippines and in other countries. In Indonesia, according to Dubey et al., in 2008, there are 24% chicken were infected by Toxoplasma gondii. As we know, Indonesian people do like chicken so much, I think. Yeah, and then we could be eating the undercooked chicken, like satay. In Indonesia, we have satay. It is such a favorite food. Yeah, it could be it could be the way for transmission. If the chicken of the satay is contaminated with the tissues of Toxoplasma gondii. And also the sheep. The sheep, we can eat satay from sheep. And if the sheep is undercooked, yeah, I think satay is not well cooked. So it is easy for transmission if there is if it is an contaminated meat. And also study from Nur Cahyo as well, 2011, they found 11 until 36% toxoplasmosis in pigs. Yeah, in some regions in Indonesia, there are people eating pork. So again, if the meat is undercooked or even raw meat, so it is the way of transmission also. Dog, yeah, we know dog with cat is a human best friend. Yeah, they said sometimes they said like that. Dog and cat is human best friend. So maybe in Indonesia there are so many people keep dogs or cats in their home. In this study, Nur Cahyo found there are 75% dogs infected by Toxoplasma gondii. So, from the presentation I gave before, and I think it is a challenge, especially for us as a researcher, as a lecturer, to do more research on animal toxoplasmosis. Why? Because many animals, like I said before, cats, dogs, and then livestock, animals, they are the intermediate hosts of toxoplasma. While we don't have continuous data about toxoplasmosis in animal. So it is a challenge for me as a personnel, maybe yeah, for some researchers as well. Let us do more research on animal toxoplasmosis. And then hopefully from the data, it can be a controlling program for animals, such as for livestock animal, they have to be certified free from toxoplasmosis, or pets. If you have pets in your home, you have to check in the lab and certify that the pets is free from Toxoplasma gondii. It's just my imagination, my dream. So there will be a controlling program for animals, and then hopefully it will reduce the prevalence of toxoplasmosis in Indonesia, especially. Okay. Once again, my fellow medical laboratory technologies, you can focus on human toxoplasmosis. You can diagnose how to diagnose with the latest method to prevent the pregnant woman from infecting toxoplasmosis. So for us, in other side, it's a challenge for us to make more research on animal toxoplasmosis in order to reduce the prevalence of toxoplasmosis in Indonesia. Maybe that's it, my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for still participating until now. Okay, Mr. Isan, thank you.
for your overview, especially this year. Now we come to our last part of today's seminar. For you, the question and answer session. We have 3 questions again, and I will read one by one, and you answer one question, directly answer the question. Number 1. Okay. Meta Eka Purnamasari, saya ulang. She works in Klinik Gria Sehat, Oku Timur. The question is, in Jakarta, the prevalence rate is around 70%.
Yeah.
What dominant factor could contribute to this high prevalence? That's the question.
Okay, I answer it one by one.
Yeah, one by one.
Okay, the data is from study in 2003. In Jakarta, there are 70% toxoplasmosis, and as all toxoplasmosis in the world, the most factor is from the undercooked or raw meat consumption, and then also it is also possible from the pets or animals as an intermediate host. Yeah, as we know, in Indonesia, Jakarta as a big city, there are many people. They have pets like dogs or cats, and then they also contact with the pets, maybe without proper knowledge. So it's easy for the transmission. That's my answer, Mr. Isan.
Okay, thank you for your answer. The second question is from Mayrinda, BTKLPP Medan, Indonesia. How many cases toxoplasma infection in Indonesia, and is there any strategy government to control about these cases?
Okay. Human toxoplasmosis, right, in Indonesia?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's around 25 to 53% from the latest study by Nur Cahyo. As I said, we don't have continuous study about toxoplasmosis in Indonesia, so it's hard to find the latest data about the prevalence. So the data I gave before, maybe 3 or 5 years ago. So that's why I make a challenge for myself and fellow researcher. Maybe we can make more research about toxoplasmosis.
Okay, thank you, Pak Angko. And the last question is about cat, leather, and Toxoplasma gondii.
Yeah.
Maybe it is because of less information received by our people in Indonesia.
Yeah.
The myth is someone can be infected by Toxoplasma gondii is because of the leather, not the pests. So they are very careful with the leather, yeah, especially for pregnant women. The myth is do not touch or play with cats, because if you play with cats or if you swallow the cats, you will get infected with Toxoplasma gondii. How could you and government change this mind of the people about the transmission.
Yeah. Okay. Just like the previous speaker, I think Prof. Tina has already given the importance of education. So maybe we can make on such a what is it called what short education to our people that should be aware from cats is not the leather, it is the faces. And if you handle it properly, it is safe for you. For example, if you have a pet, in this case is cats, and then you have to remove the litter daily. And while you are doing that, you have to use maybe such gloves maybe, and then you throw it away in the proper place. So the litter of the cats is not a problem in case of toxoplasmosis, but maybe the latter can also affect another health problem, such as maybe for someone with asthma, or yeah, maybe it is also dangerous. But in case of toxoplasmosis, the latter is not the problem. The problem is the oocysts that drew the pest, the feces in the feces. So you have to handle, if you have pets, you have to handle it properly with education, Mr. Isan, with short education maybe.
Okay, thank you, Pak Angga. So it is
Yeah.
clear now that someone is not infected by swallowing or smelling the leather of cats. So
Yeah.
if we have cats, yeah, it is not a problem as long as we have handled the cat properly.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry for you,
Yeah.
and we are going to share the certificate.
Okay. Thank you very
Ticket
much.
for you. Yeah, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Sharing. And we are really happy to become one of the presenter in this webinar. Thank you very much. See you and
thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finished and we have listened the whole presenters today. And I hope the information, the presentation, the topic about Toxoplasma gondii and toxoplasmosis will give us bright knowledge, will give us deep information how to prevent, how to take care of cats, how to handle vegetable properly. I am Ihsan, the moderator. I'm sorry for making mistake. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, that's all from the last speakers, Bapak Dian Ade Biango. Thank you very much, sir. And next is giving certificate to Bapak M. Ihsan Tarmizi as the moderator for today. To Ibu Nur Hayati, please take a place. To Bapak Heri Hermansyah and Bapak Abdul Muthalib, please take a place to join the photo session. Okay, thank you for Bapak Ihsan Tarmizi as moderator for today. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the agendas of International Webinar 2020 for today. For that, let's say Hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. I'm Dandilaya as the Master of Ceremony. I apologize for mistake in our event international webinar. End of word. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To all the participants, please to fill out attendance list, questionnaire, and online quiz. For the link, you can check or access the link on our YouTube description in HMJ TLM Palembang, Zoom meetings, and also Telegram group. And the quiz will over in 30 minutes. Thank you.